Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for coming today. This is our 8th meetup this year, and I'm super excited to say that, throughout the year, we have been doing and talking about the agentic AI and all this thing, right? And before I start my session, there is something which I want to share, and it's a good news that we have crossed, the Collabinix community has crossed around 10K members in the meetup, and Docker Bangalore has already crossed around 16,000 people, right? So this is, I would say, this is basically a support coming from your end, and we will continue doing such kind of a meetup. So how many of you are attending meetup for the first time here, especially Docker Bangalore or Collabinix meetup? Yeah, I see a lot of hands, but again, I see new faces also, which is a good thing. Most of the time, it happens that you might have seen that whenever from the past, I would say like 6 months we are restricting audience. The reason being, when we did one of the meetup at an Nokia office, there were more than around 500 people, and it was difficult to manage. So we have only sent email to few of the confirmed participants. Right, the invitation was only limited to those, and this is randomly selected. We are not just picking up any of the individual based on the skill set or anything. It's just that once you register it, we just allow you to come in and attend it, right? So it is a randomly which is chosen, okay? So anyway, coming back to the topic. So this is the topic which I'm going to talk about. How many of you are working on agentic AI application here? Okay, I see just like 5 or 6 hands. Okay, fine. And how many of you have used MCP, Model Context Protocol? I see very less hands. So which means today the topics will be more like a intermediate to advanced. It won't be beginners. The reason being these agentic AI, and especially our focus is more on AI in the cloud, right? But most of the talks which you see today is more like an agents, because everyone is talking about the agent, right? And every company is an AI company today. Is that right? Yeah. So, okay. To start with, a little about myself. My name is Ajit Singh Roena. I am working in Docker. It has been like last 3 years. I've been working as a full-time employee and based out of Bangalore. Most of my team sits in Europe, UK, other part of few of them have already joined in the Middle East, right? So we are expanding. And I am working as a developer advocate, which means that I involve a lot of time talking to the community, writing blogs, contributing docs, building sample application, right? Those kind of stuff. And then whenever there are any conferences which happen where we need to educate about the Docker products, I just go ahead and talk about it. But I don't have any target. I am not here to sell anything. That's the beauty, okay? So whatever I'm going to talk about is then mostly I try to keep it as an open source or some kind of a free trial so that you can try it out, go back to your company, try to explain them. So you never know that you are in a meeting and, someone from the leadership team might come up with some kind of an agentic AI application ideas or something, and then you can pitch inside, you know what, I went to this meetup, I heard about this product, and why don't you try this, okay? So whatever the knowledge which you are going to gain today is going to be really helpful because this is the latest and greatest which is happening in the industry, okay? So to show you an agenda, this is what I am going to talk about. I will start from a chatbot. 2 years ago, we were talking about application. We were talking about the chat GPT, and now we are talking about the agents, right? So I will show you a quickly, a shift from chatbot and multi-agent system, how it is happening. I will talk about the building blocks of agentic apps. What are the major challenges when you are building the agentic application? And also in regards to the, model context protocol, MCP, how Docker is trying to solve it. And as part of the demo, I'm going to show you about how you can build a secure AI coding agent. So today, what we are going to do, we will build a coding agent which is secure in nature, okay? And then if I have to take this agentic AI application and move it to the cloud, how does the journey look like? Okay. So this will be going to be around like 35 to 40 minutes, which I'm going to spend, and mostly hands-on. But again, I try to, since the audience is new to the agentic AI application, I've tried to keep it more like a slides. I can go ahead and present and show you what the concept is. So whatever I'm going to talk about, it's more like what has, especially the journey which has evolved in the last 2 years. So what we are going to build today. So this is what I am going to build, okay? So think of it is like, this project is called as a DevDuck, okay, orchestrator. Think of DevDuck orchestrator is like you're a project manager, okay? And the local agent and Cerebrus agents, these two components are employees. One is Node.js developer. The other one might be an expert Node.js developer, okay? And in the local agent is, I am trying to run some kind of a AI models locally, and I'm going to show you how you can run this model locally. Now, whenever you need some kind of a complex operation, then you have to move to the cloud. You don't have any option because our hardware is limited, right? In terms of resource, in terms of CPU memory. So whenever there is a workload is really high, I should be able to move it to the cloud. But at the end of the day, whatever your model which you are going to build, or say the model which you are going to train, or the agentic application which you are going to build, right? That has to move to the cloud. That is where your production environment is hosted, right? So your local agent is your, like, think of it as like 0 to 5 years of experience Node.js developer, and your Cerebrus agent is a cloud API. Cerebrus is a cloud API which provides you with this all those model hosting. Think of it as like he has 15 to 20 years of experience in Node.js itself. Okay. And now I will show you how the MCP servers come into the picture. MCP is a part of your agentic AI application. We have an LLM, we have an MCP, right? There are two MCP servers which I am going to pick up. One is Context 7 and Node Sandbox. And you know what? I am going to set up all of this thing through one compose file and on my local machine as well as in the cloud. Okay. But first, we need to understand the concept. We need to understand what is LLM, what is model, what is agentic AI application. And trust me, if you attend this session carefully, you will get to know what has happened in the last 2 years in terms of AI model, in terms of LLM, in terms of how the agentic AI application, because you might have heard about a lot about the theoretical part of it. I will show you the practical way. Okay. This looks good. So what you will learn today, you will learn how to build an multi-agent system using Agentic Compose. Compose has been there for past 7 years now. Same Compose, today you can use it not just to run a microservices, but also run AI models. Okay. You will also learn about how to orchestrate multiple AI agents for specialized tasks. As I said, right, coding agent. In the last meetup, I showed how to run a kind of a cafe management system using agents. Because think of it is like whatever the employees which we have in the company, right? They can be treated as an agents. Some are specialized in Node.js, some are specialized in your Python and all of this thing. I will also introduce a new component called as Docker MCP, okay, and its capabilities. And then I will show you how many of you have heard about Docker Offload here? No? Okay. So say if I'm deploying something locally and I want to quickly test it on the cloud, with just one click, I can move that application to the cloud. And that is what the Docker Offload is. And I'm going to show you the demo. This is the first time I'm showing you in any of the meetup, you know, especially the demonstration of Docker Offload. So these are the things which you are going to learn today, okay? So let's get started. The first and foremost thing, let's talk about what has happened in last 2 years, okay? Back in 2022, 2023, we have a Gen AI. And you can see we have ChatGPT. For Facebook and Twitter, it took 1 week time to reach around 5 million users. ChatGPT was able to attract 5 million users just in 2 days. The reason being, people are no longer searching, they are asking. Okay. If you are running a website, if you want to get a traffic to your website, the SEO and all of this thing has changed now. Are not even searching in Google. How many times you have gone to the Google and search? Because it gives you 100 of results. You go to the chat GPT, ask something, it give you a kind of, might hallucinate at one point of time if you ask any of the recent activity. But now it has, you will see that it has improved over the time, right? So we are moving from a chatbot, a trained chatbot, to a multi-agent system. Now we are not just talking about question and answer. We are talking about the problem solving now. Agents are collaborating to give you all this information. Now, this is how the generative AI versus agentic AI look like. And you might have seen here, in generative AI, you give a prompt, it goes to the LLM. Say you are using ChatGPT, Gemini, and then it generates the text, right? And if you go to the agentic AI, what is happening? It is not just a question answering, it is now collaborative effort. There is a goal which is set, it is planned, agents will act, reflect, response, it will learn from the failure. Okay. And this is what the agentic AI is all about. It is not just about questions and answers, it's about how you solve the problem. And one of the things which you have seen here, whenever it fail, it try to understand it on its own and try to fix this issue. You might have used some tools like vibe coding tools like Lovable, Emergent, right? How many of you have used Lovable? Yes, a lot of hands because it gives you a front end, just like one prompt. You might have seen that sometimes it fails. And if you give it the right permission, it tries to recover itself. It tries to find out what is an issue, ensuring that you don't have to tell it, right, okay, there is an issue or something. It recovers of its own. So that is the agents which is, which are coming into the operation in the backend. So a typical agentic AI looks something like this. As a user, you provide some kind of an input. It goes to the agentic application. This agentic application uses LLM. We provide a context to the LLM, right? In terms of MCP server. These are few of the examples like GitHub, Notion, SQL. Can anyone guess how many MCP servers we? Anyone? How many MCP servers we have today? Any guess? Hmm? Million? No, man. It's just like 6 months it was launched. There are more than 8,000 plus MCP servers. Okay. Now, you might be surprised, like even Singapore government they have their own transportation system. They have a transportation MCP server. Think of it like our BMTC has an MCP server. So you can think of it that today it doesn't exist, but you never know. Someone might build it because it is all about the APIs. If you have an APIs, you can just go ahead and build an MCP server out of it. And then what you do, you just chat. You must have used Ola, right? Have you seen there is a chatbot called which is nothing but an agent. So say you booked a cab and you are traveling on the way and you want to know the very good restaurant nearby your area, you can ask Kruti. So your agents are right in your mobile itself. Okay. And people use it. If you really want to know, again, you can't ignore the Bangalore traffic at all, but still there is an agentic AI running on your mobile in the form of some kind of an application. Okay. So this is a very simple example which says, show me all the GitHub issues and create a Notion task list. So what it does, it basically goes to one of the agentic application. So there are three things which you require for agentic application. One is model, the other one is code, the third one is tools. When I say tools, it is MCP tools, model is LLM, and then the code is basically sitting here, which is an orchestrator. Okay. So this is what we are going to build. And whenever someone talks about agentic AI, this is what they are talking about. Okay. It combines code, model, and tools. And this is how it happens, right? There are a few of the models which are very good in reasoning, just Llama. We have a Coin model. They are very good in reasoning part. Okay. Then the feedback loop is a component which self-correction. Whenever the LLM hallucinate or any of the agentic application agents, they face some kind of an issue. Say you are trying to build something and it has some kind of a CPU throttling or memory consumption and all of this thing. So this is where all the things happen, where it tries to recover, it tries to troubleshoot on its own. An orchestrator is more like a project manager. You have a contextual knowledge, the memory, because you might, if you are using Claude, right? Claude desktop, sometimes what happened that you switch from one chat to another, right? And then you have to again start from the beginning, right? But now you have a memory, you can configure a project. I think one of the good feature of Claude code is that you can, or Gemini, I guess, you can store that in the form of the memory so that when you start the new conversation, it already know the context. That can be stored in the file, in the form of the file. So there's a lot of improvement which is happening at this end. And then you have LLM, LLM in action. So it's not just like a chat GPT, which gives you recommend you something. Now it is coming into the action. And that is where your MCP tools come into the picture. Now, the challenges in building this agentic application is, there are three challenges. First thing is learning curve. Okay. The second one is tool discovery. As I said, right, 8,000 MCP servers. How, and if you search for GitHub, you will see there will be 5 or 6 GitHub MCP server. Now, the confusion is that few of these MCP server are built in Python, few of them are built in Node.js. Which one to pick up, right? And then we have a third version, which is a containerized version, whether I should pick up or not. And the security, because imagine you are giving LLM access to your database, access to your cloud. AWS cloud has around 32 MCP servers, which includes Terraform also. So today, if you are writing a Terraform script or anything, which means that, again, you are wasting your time. You should just go ahead and use an MCP server and try to see what are the functions available. You need to improve that. So the learning curve, there has been a kind of a survey done by IBM AI Enterprise App Developer Survey, which says like 76% of dev don't consider themselves proficient in Gen AI. The reason being, if you go to the Hugging Face, there are more than 12 lakhs models which are available. 12 lakh model. What we are doing with that? What people are doing? Why they are pushing it, right? Imagine just like an Docker images. We have billions of images on Docker Hub. We should know what people are doing with it. So Hugging Face has 12 lakh models. And today I'm going to pick up 2 of the model you might not have heard about. But these are customized model. Okay. Today there is one session and the student of Raja Rajeshwari College of Engineering. So they are going to show you how to build those train models, right? For one of the tooth detection, the width detection, right? Again, it is in healthcare related, but that is one of the last session of today event. So I recommend you to attend it. You'll get to know about more on every model have a specific use case, right? That is the reason. You can't just go ahead and pick some random model Llama 3.2 and put it in your system. It has to be customized as per your requirement. So the problem is that there are so many models, there are so many MCP server, right? And if you try to use it, right? So the developers are still unaware, like which model should I choose? If I am moving from my development to production, from staging, right? Then which model shall I pick up from my development machine? Because my development machine is like just like a laptop, which might have 8 GB or 16 GB of RAM. And these models requires GPUs, whether I should pick this model or not, right? So 76% of dev, they are not confident on the Gen AI stuff. And now we are talking about Gen AI, which is agentic AI. Tool discovery, there is not a single website which says like, go ahead and use our MCP servers. Every company, AWS has its own, the Bedrock, Docker has its own MCP registry, Anthropic has its own MCP registry. So every individual is coming with their own registries, which means that, again, there is a difficulty, which MCP server should I choose? And the third thing is you are giving access to your underlying hardware or underlying cloud, right? So which means that, again, there is a security, even if it is not. And one of the things which I wanted to show you, I have written an MCP horror stories. I have written around 5 horror stories. And when I started writing about it, I felt like, oh my God, this is something which is really crucial. Your WhatsApp server was attacked. I don't know how many of you know. We have an WhatsApp server, we have Telegram MCP server, and people are just picking up and randomly you are running it. So we need to take care of the security part. So these are the 3 challenges. And one of the things what we have been doing from the past 1 year, we are trying to, try to look at all those factors. We have kind of, Docker as a company has been focusing on AI since last like 1.5 years. And we have our own MCP registry. We have, and these are the MCP server which runs as a containerized version, which means that these runs in a sandbox environment, which is secure in nature. So I'm going to talk about it. So as I said, agentic application needs 3 things: model, tools, and code. And we are going to touch upon each one of them one by one. Let's talk about the models. As you know, models are like a garden, like flowers in the garden. Like there are so many models, as I said, right? 12 lakh models. And these models are nothing but a snapshot of your data. If you chat GPT, when is our meetup happening today? What time? It might not know about it. The reason being, the chat GPT uses OpenAI or Claude uses Sonnet, which might be trends in last year, right? Or early this year. So they might know on it's basically a snap. It might know only the data which is before Jan 2025, right? So you need to be careful when you choose these LLMs. We have Sonnet 4.5, which is coming in, which is again trend, I think March or April. So again, to make it more, to put it in action, we need MCP servers, right? But LLM is nothing but a snapshot of data. And you can see in in most of this meetup, I display this. An easy way to understand it is more like, SLM, MLM, and large language model. SLM is like a very basic calculator, okay, which has around 1 to 3 billion parameters. Medium language model is more like a scientific calculator, okay. It gives you more than, only addition or subtraction. It also give you more like a kind of a scientific operation to be done. And then you have a laptop, which is like a large language model, which is not just 70 billion. This is an old slide. It is now 70 to 200 billion parameters, right? These are the few of the examples. You can see here, we have a 5.3 mini, which is like 3.8 billion parameter, which is again from Microsoft. We have a Gemma 2B, Tiny Llama. I think it is even lesser than the billion parameters. We have a large language model like 3.1, 3.2, which is like a 70 billion parameters, right? Mistral. But anyway, you can always look at this. Maybe you can cross-check this one because this is an old slide. I need to add more of LLMs because as I said, right, we have so many models in Hugging Face. Now, one of the things which I want to highlight is that whenever you start building the agentic application, we pick up an LLM. So if you go to the Claude desktop uses Sonnet, right? Sonnet 4.5. Now, if you stick to one single model, like Sonnet is very good in reasoning, but it is not good for image. If you ask Sonnet to create a video, it is very bad. It won't even create it, okay? If you ask it to create any images, you will see that the architecture which it creates is really bad. Okay, so model, just like an engineer who is specialized in Python or Node.js, models are in the similar way. Okay, should know whether you are talking to 0 to 5 years of experience in Node.js or 5 to years of experience. So single model trap is where you might be using one GPT or Claude for all this operation, which it might not be specialized on, okay? Which means that you are missing a domain specific abilities, your vendor lock-in, higher cost. These are the disadvantages. So what we have done here, okay? Now, if I want to run model, you might be curious about how to run this model locally. So Docker has a product called as Docker Model Runner, okay? And this is rightly integrated into my Docker desktop. So if I go to the dashboard here, and I don't know whether you guys are able to see that, but let me see. Wow. Okay. So let me make it a little large in size. So if I go to settings under AI, you will see here there is an option where I can just go ahead and enable a Docker model runner. Okay. Once you enable this, let me make it little large. So if you can see here, if I want to run model locally, just like an Olama, okay, how Olama allows you to run it locally, we have our own product integrated into it so that you don't really have to even run or install any of the third-party tool, okay? Olama is really good, but while I am talking to all those big enterprise customer, I found that Olama is not being used in the production environment, okay? The reason being, they have their own registry. The reason being that there is not one person who can just go ahead and provide some kind of an enterprise support kind of a stuff. They haven't introduced that. So that is one of the reason. And the other thing is, most of the time when you run these models, you run inside a container. Okay. In our case, we don't run it inside a container. We run it on the host machine. And I will talk about that kind of an architecture. Okay. So once you enable this, I can go to the models here and I can download these models. So you can see here in Docker Hub, there are a bunch of these models, say GPT OSS. All I need to do is click on pull and the model is downloaded. Okay. Now I'm not going to download this model. The reason being, again, it is more than around 4 to 5 GB. It is going to consume time. So what I have done, there are few models which I have downloaded, not only for the from the HuggingFace, but sorry, from the Docker Hub, but from the HuggingFace. So these are the models. If you see here, the name start with HF. So these are the 3 model. Has anyone heard about a model named Jan Nano? No? So these model exist, okay? There is other model called as Lucy. These are customized version of Coin model. Coin model is from Alibaba Cloud. So these are customized because they are very good in reasoning, but at the same time, if you look at the size, look at this Coin model, okay? It has how much? I think there is some kind of a mistake here. It should show in terms of the GBs, okay? So if you look at, let me show you the size. So size should be here. The size should be 2.5 GB, not billion, okay? And then if you look at the second one, which is the Lucy, which is more about 1.8 GB in size, okay? Because at the end of the day, these models are nothing but numbers, right? Now, if I want to, in most of the time, what you create a chatbot. For me, I can just click on it and start chatting. And I say, hello. Okay, think of it as like a chatbot, which is leveraging this particular model. And meanwhile, I should get a response. And I say, okay, write a poem on Docker and AI. Okay, and you will see that it is continuously being writing a poem here. Okay, and this is happening locally. I'm not using any cloud API here. And you know what? Let's look at one of the interesting part here. I will go to the activity monitor here. And let me see if I open that. So I have an activity monitor. I will open a GPU history. So you can see here, whenever I run these models, right, automatically it is basically by default what is happening, it is consuming my GPU. So my MacBook is M1 Pro. It has a GPU in it. Okay. And say right now my GPU is spiking it here till this point. Now, if I write, say, if I give a prompt, okay, let me see where my terminal has gone here. So if I go back and say like, okay, so I'm writing, I write a poem again, write a Docker compose file for WordPress. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to give a prompt and then we will see the spike. Okay. So the moment which I say, okay, write a Docker compose file, you will see that suddenly there will be a spike here, which means that now I didn't configure anything here. Okay. If you are picking up any of the GPUs or machine like NVIDIA, right? In one way, you need to configure because you are running most of the cases, you are running Olama inside a container. So you need to configure it. You need to have a NVIDIA container toolkit. We need to install it. In this case, what I'm doing, I'm not doing any kind of a configuration here. Okay. I'm just opening up model runner and everything is taken care. Okay. So what is happening? There is a component called as Llama CPP. This Llama CPP component, it's an open source project. It is loading your model into the memory. Okay. Once it loads into the memory, then basically this is where your GPU is being consumed. Now I can run the same thing on CPU, but I have to wait. You can see this speed, right? The way it was so fast, right? Because it is using the local GPU. So today, AI model can be run on your local machine using Docker desktop, and that too without any further configuration. So you save a lot of your time. And as I said, Docker desktop is free for you individual, for your personal usage. If you are working in a company with more than 250 employees and your revenue is more than 1 million, then you have to buy a license. But as an individual, everything what I showed is free. You can just go ahead and use it and try it out. Okay. So for developers, it's in heaven, right? You get all of this thing. Otherwise, if you are a developer, means you need to spend so much time into bringing up this system, right? Looks good. So till now, is there any question which I can answer? Anything? Yeah. Can we get a mic? Yeah.
Yeah, so my question would be ki, wouldn't it be more easy if we are running the GPU in a containerized model? I mean, if it is using the host, even developer will face some issue, right? If the application is huge, or I mean,
No. So the reason being, look, it all depends upon the configuration. If you are on Mac and Windows, you can run it on the host, but on the Linux, you run it inside a container. The reason being, look, the Llama CPP component which you have, it doesn't require any of the configuration. So whatever the Docker desktop, whenever you install a Docker desktop, the configuration is already taken care. If you run inside a container, now imagine you are running something on your bare metal machine. Is it fast? Or when you are running inside a container and then doing a configuration and accessing the GPU, so you can see the performance here. You can pick up the same chatbot, or say you build a Golang chatbot, okay? If you try to run container and give it this GPU, the first thing is you need configuration to be done. There has to be a right CUDA driver you have to install, then NVIDIA, the container toolkit you need to install. So you will waste another 45 minutes in configuring all of this thing. Here, what we are saying, as a developer, right, they don't really have to understand. They don't have to be a system admin and doing the configuration. It has to be just like your mobile phone, right? You buy iPhone, you switch on and you start doing it, right? You don't configure memory, or you don't configure CPU, or your Ola app doesn't say like your CPU is uncompatible, right? So we are giving you a solution where you just turn it on and start using it. Otherwise, you have to go through the configuration. Still, both the ways it is doable. It's just that we save a lot of your time here.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
it. Thanks.
Yeah.
If you just run it on your local machine, just imagine that your model has privileges to perform file operations and stuff. I mean, how do you guarantee security and things like that?
File operation.
Yeah.
What kind of file operation?
Like creating or deleting stuff, and then a lot of things can happen.
Models are different from images. These are just numbers. Okay. So if you ask me, I'm running a Docker container, I want to host it, I want to run it on my local machine. Now I need to do a file sharing and all of this thing. But these models are directly, they are contacting Llama CPP, which is you are just hosting on a host machine.
But
right?
Does Llama CPP have guardrails or something that prevent these models from doing any destructive actions or something?
No, you can't do it. The only thing you can do it is more like, as I said, it is just a numbers, right? Say you are running some kind of a script, which just executed numbers on your system. The only thing what you can do is you can change the context window size because these models is customized. But other than that, since this is just a number, it is not a file system or user space of an operating system. You can't do that kind of a configuration where I say like, okay, I need to run this model, give it for permission and all of this thing.
So whatever models that we can download in this Docker model runner, so these are only for chat operations and things like that, is it?
Yes, it is. It is more like right now we introduced few of the models for a. Hello.
Ajit, can I add?
Hello.
Can I add some point here?
Yeah.
So there is actually another experimental feature in Docker. It's called a C agent. So where you can create multiple, agents with prompts. So if you know that something is going to go wrong, the guardrails can be set through a prompt telling that, okay, you are not supposed to do this. You're supposed to do this. You have to seek approval from my side before you do something. This is, things that we can do. So this Docker model runner is actually, helping you to not go out of Docker desktop, stay, do all your stuff within Docker desktop straight right there. Now, say if you have to install Olama, again, you have to update Olama. If you have to install LLM Studio, you have to update LLM Studio. You got to update everything else. But here, if you just update Docker, desktop, everything comes right there. And, I think with respect to the MCP servers, Docker Desktop has done an amazing job here. So you have all the MCP servers centralized. You don't need to go back, write the JSON files, do a lot of things. Okay, so you can probably use C agent with Docker model runner and control the prompts where it happens locally. So using AI is just like using a knife. So you have to use it responsibly in terms of how you want to use it. Plus, as developers, we need to really put more focus on security and how to, make sure that our applications are secure. So we need to make sure that whatever we are trying to do here in terms of building the applications or writing a piece of code or writing, a prompt, we need to put a little bit more effort in terms of how it is written, and the guardrails could be set inside that itself. So, probably in the C agent, you can set up one more review agent that will go and, look through this. In the models, you have all these app services and all these things. So maybe you can set up a review agent that will go back and ask, hey, you know what, this is possible or not.
So Ravi, his question was more on the models. If we can set permissions on the models itself, then say if I am deploying a coin model, you want to set a permission that coin model should execute at this and this, right? Or and you are talking about the complete agentic.
Like setting guardrails in such a way that they don't perform any destructive action.
Okay, so that is again, you are talking from the agentic app side. So what he is saying is more like, C agent can come into the picture. But what I was thinking is more like, from the LLM side itself. LLM is just like numbers. You just go ahead and run it and it should run. But when you're talking about the agentic app, as I said, right, we can use C agent. Again, that is a separate topic altogether. But yes, there are multiple ways.
Plus, whatever these models are there, they're already secure piece of code. It's not like you're downloading any exe from the website. You're downloading it as a Microsoft installer or some installer that you're downloading. So you trust that. So similarly, this workspace, you are going to download from whatever is in the Docker workspace that is available, which is trusted, tested, and it has basic guardrails inside. If you want more, when you go to HuggingFace, it's like open. You'll have to figure it out how to do it. So yeah, security itself is a vast topic that we can discuss.
Maybe we can discuss offline. But again, as I said, right, this is all about the model runner. And one of the things which I want to show you here is pulling the model is very easy. You Docker model pull and give the namespace, which is an AI, which is again in the Docker Hub and Llama 3.3, and it basically pulls these models. Now, one of the other thing is if you are coming from the OpenAI, right? We also support an API endpoint, OpenAI API endpoint. You can get, post, and all of this thing, right? So I will just move into the next step. You can even use a GitHub workflow model runner as, you can run model runner as a container also, if you want to use it, right? And then one of the things which I want to show you is a Docker Compose. So we have a model runner support integration with a Compose file itself. And as you see here, we have a model as a first class citizen. So in our demo, we are going to see that. So coming next, we talk about the models. Let's jump into the tools. As I say, most of you are new because we have been talking about MCP in the last like 5 or 6 meetups. So MCP is again, when you provide a context to your LLM to perform an action, not just giving a kind of a suggestion, but really performing an action. That is where your MCP come into the picture. We have MCP servers, we have MCP clients. So if you go to Docker Desktop here, go to the dashboard. So here you will see that there are a bunch of MCP stuff here. So we have something called as an MCP toolkit where you can see all the catalog. We have, oh wow. Yesterday we added around 20 different MCP servers. So we have around 300 plus MCP servers, okay? So if I search for say AWS, you can see the number of AWS MCP servers. If you search with, say, this is one which is coming from the Microsoft, which is Playwright, right? There are 2 MCP servers which we are going to use today. One is Context 7, which gives you a real-time access to your Express documentation. And the other one is Sandbox Node.js. Say if I want to tell MCP server saying like, okay, go ahead and deploy a Node.js inside a container. So this is a Node.js sandbox. These two servers doesn't require any kind of a configuration. So to add it, all you need to do is say, so think of it as like if I want to use Grafana here, I can just click on it, do the configuration here, the API key, and I'm done. Add MCP server, it gets added. Okay. So this is an MCP servers. Now coming to the clients, we have a couple of clients here. We have Cloud Desktop, Codex, which we recently added, Continue, Cursor, Gemini CLI, Goose, Ask Gordon is again in-house chat GPT kind of a stuff. We have LM Studios. So all of the leading, if you want to get added, you can always raise some kind of a pull request, and our team is going to go ahead and add it. Say you built your own MCP server, right? And if you want to push it, you just have to raise a PR, get it tested. So our Docker team is going to validate and they are going to add it. Okay. Now looking at the time, I'm going to directly jump into a few of the stuff here. The MCP difficulties. I'm going to skip this part. Okay. Because there are a lot of stuff to be discussed. One of the things which I want to show you quickly is the gateway. Okay. So now there are, as I said, right? When we look at the typical agentic application, it looks something like this. We have already seen that, right? You have an agent application, you have a large language model, and then you have an MCP tools here, right? Now the LLM is provided a context, okay? So that it can take an action on your database, on any of the web application. So we needed one component which can basically inspect it, it can check it, right? And that is what, and which can again manage the life cycle of your containerized MCP server. And that is where our Docker MCP gateway come into the picture right here. Okay, in between your agent application and the MCP tools. So what it does all the authentication, secrets, and config management. If you look today, right? How many of you have configured Cloud Desktop here? Anyone? So when you configure a Cloud Desktop, the configuration would something look like a JSON format, right? And you pass an personal access key directly in the form of the text, right? What we introduce is more like use Docker secrets, use token, right? The personal access token or OAuth, right? So you can use all of those parameters, and that is where you can specify through the MCP gateway also, right? So it is again both kind of you can just run, you can go to the VS Code or any of the MCP client, run this Docker MCP gateway run, and then you should be able to run it. So this is how a Docker MCP gateway running inside a container look like. So you have a Docker run command. It runs on 8811 as a standard port. You can point it to your MCP catalog. If you want to run it on cloud, you don't have to specify it. Just you can give an MCP server and it will just go ahead and run it. So what we are doing here is more like, a single command will bring your MCP gateway, and now you can track what is happening through the logs. And also we acquired a company called as MCP Defender, which will basically monitor all those MCP client servers and give you all the results. It is basically scanning your infrastructure. And this is really helpful because now we are talking about agentic AI security, not just about the terminologies, but the security part of it. Okay. So this is how a simple Python script, the YAML look like for the Python. You have a gateway which you specify in, say, if I want to use DuckDuckGo, right? I can just say -- servers, DuckDuckGo. It will bring up my MCP gateway, also the MCP server. And then I have a code here, right? Which will basically go ahead and utilize my MCP gateway. So I'm going to skip this. So we talked about model tools. Let's talk about the code, right? And I think I will just spend like 5 more minutes and I will wrap it up. So as you see here, this is a single Docker Compose file, which has MCP gateway, we have services, and we have models. All the 3 things, okay, which I can put it inside a Docker Compose and start it. So we'll quickly jump into a demo. So let me open a VS Code here. So quickly, I will show you how the Docker Compose look like. Okay, so if you remember, I showed you the first slide, which talks about project manager, Node.js developer, and expert Node.js developer, right? So let's go to the compose file and see what it shows. So the first service which I have specified is a DuckDuck agent. Okay, think of it as like a project manager. So your project manager is using, we are specifying two models here, which is Coin and Coin 3. Okay, and this I have specified at the end. So you can see here, let me open the local one. Yeah. So the two models, first thing, I am going to show you how to run it locally, okay, with just one command. So you have a DuckDuck agent. I am using two models here, Jan Nano and Lucy. They are customized version of Coin model, okay, which I have already downloaded on my system and it is up and running, okay, as I showed you in Model Runner. Now this uses an MCP gateway and the MCP gateway is running right here at 8811, okay. Now, since this is the coordinator, what I'm saying here is basically I'm providing an instruction here saying like you are a DevDuck, all your answer must start with DevDuck speaking. You are a programming expert designed to coordinate Node.js. A project manager has to coordinate Node.js, a beginner Node.js developer as well as an advanced Node.js developer. Okay. So I'm providing all this instruction here. Then going down, this is a specification for a local agent. My local agent is like 0 to 5 years of Node.js developer. I'm saying you are a Node.js programming expert designed to help users with Node.js code. And then the third one is Cerebrus. Now, why I'm using Cerebrus? Cerebrus is again a cloud. It provides you with the models which are running in the cloud. Say, if I want to run a model with say 80, more than 80 billion parameters, right? I can't run it on my local machine. My local machine is limited in terms of resources, right? I can only go ahead and say pick up max 8 GB, not more than that. So what I have done in the same compose file, I'm pointing to the cloud API now, and I'm going to use the cloud API, okay? And whatever I'm going to give a complex operation, I'm going to do a complex operation, it will go to the cloud API. It will be using that. Then I have an MCP gateway right here. And these are the three models. I have Llama 3, Mistral, Jan Nano, and Lucy. I'm going to just use one of the Lucy or Jan Nano. Let me go ahead and start this. Okay. So I have specified environmental variable here. I have an API key, the free trial, then the base URL. And in cloud, in Cerebrus, there are a number of models which are hosted. So I'm going to use Llama 3.18 billion. Let's go ahead and say Docker compose up -f and pick up compose local up. That's it. So I will have a code, I will have models, and I have an MCP servers running with just one compose file. Okay. So this uses Google ADK. So I can go here, say localhost 8,000. So this is my ADK which comes up. I can say hello. I will enable a token streaming here. Okay, as I said, right? If you notice the instruction which we added, like whenever I start a conversation, the project manager has to come into the picture. So our DuckDuck speaking is basically nothing but a project manager agent. Okay. Now, what I'm going to say here is I want to speak to local agent. So let's see what happens. So now I don't want to speak to project manager. I directly want to speak to a developer. Okay. That is where now this is what it comes into the picture, right? Now it's a local agent which is speaking, right? So what I'm going to do here, let me see. I have a few of the instructions that will help us in quickly bringing this stuff. Okay, show me the code for to-do list application. Let's see what happens in. So I want to write a code for to-do list application and start writing it down. The reason why it is fast, the reason being it is using my local GPU. Okay, it will continue writing it down. And as you see here, we have taken a path of local agent. We haven't talked to Cerebrus agent. Okay. Now this local agent looks good. He is 0 to 5 years experience. He can write to-do list application. I want to speak to Cerebrus.
Yeah, 25 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm transferring to the agent. Now Cerebrus is speaking. Okay. Now let me show you a few of the things. I want to say, okay, I want to use one of the MCP server. One of the MCP server was context 7, and it knows about the latest documentation of Express.js. So I'm going to pick this up and go back to my system, to my chatbot, and say, okay, search documentation, and it gives you, okay, the context 7 compatible library and all of this thing, right? Now, let me do something. Create a function that adds to number and test it in the sandbox. Now I want to execute something inside a container. Okay, let's see what it does. So I'll go to the system here, type create a function, and it says Cerebus agent is coming to the picture. It looks like, the expectation is that it should spin up a container rightly on your Docker desktop, and you should be able to see it right here. Okay, there is maybe, I don't know why it is not working at this point of time, but the whole idea is if I have an instruction added, it should go ahead and bring up that particular application. Now, one of the things which I want to quickly show you, when we picked up this customized MCP servers, the MCP server and customized LLMs, right? It is good. But at one point of time, what happens that your local resources is insufficient. Okay. And I want to run it on cloud. So as I said, right, we talk about Docker offload. In order to run this, all these, the setup on to my cloud, I just have to click here. And that's it. Now I am pointing to one of the AWS instance with NVIDIA GPU. Okay. And you can see here that the models, you can see here rightly on the top, Docker offload. You can test it. You can see how it is going to look like in the staging and then come back to your local machine. So if you remember, I didn't do anything. I didn't go to the AWS or Microsoft Azure and any of, the GCP instance. I just click once. So there is a command called as a Docker offload start. And now everything gets pointed to one of the instance. It is going to bring up that instance. If you are not using the instance, so this is again free for you for 90 days. If you want to use it, if you have a Docker desktop, just try out this option. And how to enable that? You have to just go to your beta feature, and you can see here that there will be an offload option which will be available. So you can, right now they have put it in this. So this is an idle timeout. Say if you are not using offload for 10 minutes, again, it will redirect back, it will become inactive. And you can enable or disable GPU feature, GPU support. This is a very latest feature which we have introduced. And now if I say Docker Compose up, what will happen? Now my containers or the whole application will run over the cloud. Okay. And the MCP server, which we're running locally, now you have to run it inside a container. So it's so easy to just move to the cloud, test something, and come back. Okay. So I think with this, looking at the time, hopefully maybe next time I can show you all the stuff. One of the things which I am going to show you is that definitely maybe in the next meetup, I will deep dive into more in offload. What is basically what are the stuff which you can do? Since you have an instance with the GPU, you can do a lot of the amazing stuff. So with this, I'm going to share you this slide. And thank you so much for attending today. I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajit. For question answers, we cannot go because we are already crossed the limit. You can connect with him later during the networking time. Thank you so much, Ajit. It was a great talk. I'll request Suraj to present the next talk. He works with Cloudera. Mike.
I need to connect through Teams, is it? I have to connect through Teams. This one? Yes. And then I will share screen. Yes. Presentation. I will also.
Then you can change that.
No, this one also.
People sitting at the back side, we have lot many seats available here. Please come forward and sit here comfortably.
Hello? Yeah. Hi. Hey, folks. So my name is Suraj, Cloud Solutions Architect at Cloudera. And my role in the company is to take care of all the cloud engagements that we have with the ASEAN region, be it post-sales or pre-sales. Today, I would provide you a brief introduction on what we are, what do we do, our offerings, key capabilities, and a quick Agentic AI demo. So how many of you here have heard about Cloudera in general? Wow. Okay. What is Cloudera? What do we do? You can you pass over the mic to him, please? This guy there, black shirt. So we'll try to keep this session as interactive as possible so that nobody sleeps in the next 30 minutes. Okay? Go ahead.
Okay, so in short, basically, you guys try to provide us a platform where you can work on the cloud platform, like cloud. Let's say I have a database and everything. I have built pipeline. So you guys provide us a platform where I can work. And the most important thing I believe is you provide a security. Because if you use open source, as Sir said, there are a lot of risks. So you guys provide us a platform where we can use all of these things and our cloud platform basically.
Do you work for Cloudera?
No, sir.
Okay.
I
Thanks.
work as a data engineer.
Nice. Good. So like he rightly said, right, we are a data platform, be it on-prem or cloud. And if you look at how we evolved, we started 2008 by group of engineers from Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and so on. And we were the first Hadoop company in a enterprise way. Or Hadoop is open source, but we are more enterprise Hadoop. And 2008, the founder of Hadoop. Who's the founder of Hadoop? Anyone here? You're free to open up Gemini. Okay, so Doug Cutting, the founder of Hadoop, joined us in 2009. Been quite and stayed for quite some time as a chief architect. Now, over the period of years, from just being a Hadoop on-prem, we have evolved to be a true hybrid and not just Hadoop, but solving for a end-to-end data lifecycle. Now I'll walk through what data lifecycle means in the next few slides. And we have also strategically acquired a few companies over the last few years, like Verta AI, Octopi, and Tycoon. Now, what do these do, right? So, do you know data lineage, anyone? What is data lineage? Data lineage. Data lineage is, yeah, go ahead.
It is to find out the hierarchical relationship between the data using the metadata of each of those data sets. You can go back and trace how your like from where your data entered and what was the status, what has it changed with time.
And usually, what is the scope of this lineage? Is it within a database?
I think it can be across different databases managed by a single metadata service. For example, it's like a zookeeper which handles the configuration of other systems, right? Similarly, this is what.
Spot on, right? So until the last few years or months, that was the definition of data lineage. And we had tools in our platform or services to solve for data lineage within the catalog or the ecosystem. But that wasn't enough. In the new data world, that was just not enough. So what we did was today, when it comes to data lineage, we can go across platforms. What do I mean by that? Say there is some data coming in from SAP, goes to Oracle through some ETL, and then to Cloudera data platform, right? So using Octopi, we can trace back all the way to SAP. That is the first data source. So we're making these strategic acquisitions to broaden our capabilities. And also, Ola Krutrim was mentioned, right? Which is their new AI platform. That is on Cloudera as well. So as you can see, we are largely spread across enterprise companies. 7 out of 10 insurance companies, 8 on 10 banks, 8 or 10 automakers, and so on, right? So pretty much most of them are on Cloudera today, and most of them are enterprise. And I'll tell you why we are a true enterprise in the next few slides. Again, about 30 hexabytes of data under management. More than 2,000 customers rely on Cloudera. Some of the Indian logos. What I want to call out is sensitive platforms like NSE and major banks are on Cloudera. Some global companies like Emirates, OCBC, Axis Bank in India. So what is our strategic priorities, right? So we are cloud anywhere, data anywhere, and AI anywhere. Now what this means for our customers is all services like data streaming, warehousing, engineering, analytics across any environments, be it on-prem, Azure, AWS, Alibaba, and so on, right? The backend services across all of these are kind of camouflage for the customer. So for a customer, when he's using Cloudera, he sees it as one platform, and in the backend, it is spread across different cloud environments or platforms. And we offer a unified data platform that manages the end-to-end data lifecycle. Now, what is an end-to-end data lifecycle? Anybody? Yeah, go ahead. What are the different stages? You're right. What are the different stages? It's right here, yeah. Correct. So typically in a data journey, like he rightly said, you need tools for ingesting, you need tools for preparing data, analyze data, and then finally analytics, right? In your whatever you're doing today, how many tools do you use to achieve this end-to-end data lifecycle? Do you use Informatica, Talent, Kafka? Yeah. So all of these are different licenses, different platforms. The teams that manage these are different, right? So with Cloudera, what happens is all of this is packaged to one platform. So that is for ingestion, We support streaming as well as batch, like Kafka, NiFi. For preparing, we give you a Spark cluster wherein you could just run your ETL or data engineering workload. For analytics, that is data warehousing and ops, we have Hive as a database for analytics, and we have HBase, which is a NoSQL transactional database, right? And then finally, for analytics, we support, we have our own data visualization tool and also called DataVis, and a CAI platform that stands for Cloudera AI, using which you could run your AI ML workloads, right? Mhm. So we are a platform, okay? And we offer, so each one of these are called data services. So you can pick and choose which data service to use. Like say, once you are up and running, you'll be given access to a dashboard. We are a PaaS on cloud and IaaS on prem. So you'll be given access to, like say, a Cloudera manager or a control play or like a Cloudera manager, and you can choose which tool or service to run. You don't have to worry about setting up the underlying software and infrastructure and all of that. Yeah. And in your typically in your data journey, right? So say you're using Informatica and you're using Tableau for visualization. The user management, the access management, the visibility is different for both these services, right? With here, we have something called an SDX layer, shared data experience, using which you have one single dashboard to manage and control all of these different components. That is, using one single dashboard, you get visibility onto where your workflow is today and what are the failures and who has permission to what. And like I said, data lineage. Data lineage is not just restricted to ingest, prepare, but across all of these platforms and beyond. That is, could integrate with SAP, Oracle, whatnot, whatnot. So we have two form factors, right? So we have Cloudera on premise, Cloudera on cloud. And this cloud could be any cloud, AWS, GCP, Azure. And this is on the cloud, we are a PaaS. And on-prem, we are an IaaS. So who can tell me what are the different models? What are the differences between an IaaS, PaaS, and a SaaS model? Yeah.
IaaS is a infrastructure as a service. PaaS is a platform as a service, and SaaS is a like software as a service. So infrastructure as a service, like if you want to deploy something or some application on the infra, if you are providing the infrastructure as a service, then we should not bother about the infrastructure. You will only provide with the infrastructure, right? I mean the service provider. And if you talk about the platform as a service, so all the tool, whatever is uses to work on those infra, that will be provided by the PaaS service. So suppose like you are providing PaaS service, right? So you are going to use somebody else IaaS, right? Yeah.
True. And SaaS?
SaaS is a software as a service or service.
Just give the
yeah.
software. Yeah.
Whatever
correct.
application you deploy, you can provide to the customer software as a service. So they should not bother about the license. They should not bother about the infrastructure. They should not bother about the services. You will take complete control of everything.
Correct.
Yeah.
And now you know why we are an IaaS on-prem and a PaaS on cloud, because on-prem, we also manage the underlying infrastructure, not really the core infrastructure, but the OS is yours, but the software above that is ours. Here on cloud, it is easy for us to push images on VMs or EC2. So we utilize the customer's platform, such as VMs, to deploy our software, that is this data platform. So as you can see, we are a PaaS on cloud, and this is what the PaaS overall architecture looks like. level 100. So the different data services that I showed you, that is ingestion, preparation, analytics, are part of the data services. And we have the SDX layer here, which sits on the cloud infrastructure. That is any VM as such, right? And third-party engines are more like for orchestration layer. Now, I told you we can spread across different cloud providers, right? Be it AWS or Azure, the experience is going to be the same. How is that possible? Simply because we have a unified runtime. So the code base, any software that you write is some code. That code base is the same whether you deploy it on-prem or cloud. So using this, it becomes easy for us to manage multi-clouds seamlessly. That is, provide the same user experience when customer is across any cloud. Any questions on this slide? Sorry?
When you work as a PaaS, you use somebody else infra, right? So how you provide the PaaS services to customer? I mean,
So the customer would provide their AWS account,
okay,
and we push our software on their account, their VMs.
okay. So you are not managing that.
We are not managing
you are only
because,
providing services. I mean,
sorry,
you are only providing the PaaS, I mean, software to that.
we provide the software
Okay,
and we don't manage the customer data plane or custom anything to do with customer,
okay,
but you have enterprise support to guide you in this process,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Because like I said, we are an enterprise. Most of our customers are enterprise, and they would not be okay in sharing their data sets or their infra to a company like Cloudera or any company for that matter. So what we do is we push the software on their systems and let them manage all of these things. Yeah.
Debug the bugs which we face. Let's say I'm defining a bronze layer, let's say, for example, for ingestion, and I am facing some errors. So is CI capable of debugging, help me to debug those errors?
So with CAI, what you could do is we provide a workbench. We provide a platform for inference. So we provide a platform for workbench and inference, right? And we have integration partners with most of the LLMs. So what you would do is you would go to workbench, build your own job, use any open LLM that you want, or build your own job. And because we are one single platform, it becomes easy for you to integrate and access all of the underlying code and data. And all of this is private. Like in a typical world, what you would do today, you have a company GitHub, right? And you want to co-pilot, co-develop. What you are idly doing or what you are doing today, not allowed, but you are talking to some open AI model on the internet, getting guidelines and then doing something, right? Which is not the right thing to do in an enterprise company. So what we do, we keep the AI private by having integration with our platform so that your entire code development and all of that remains private within the cloud VPC, or if you're doing it on-prem, within on-prem. So nothing really goes to the internet as such. Data IQ would be sitting on top of us. Yes. So you could either use CAI, which is our AI service, or Data IQ. These are two different, like CAI or AI companies trying to do more or less the same thing. But yeah, just like how you would access our data warehouse, they would also have access to our data warehouse as well. And we have a few companies doing that. Yeah, they use Data IQ on our platform. Now, this is a hybrid cloud. You often heard me saying hybrid many a times, right? So what is your definition of hybrid? So what are some of the challenges you have with hybrid?
Basically, if we have some application which is like which data we need to securely handle and all, so those application we prefer to handle through our infrastructure as a code or IaaS or on infra. But some application which is like not that much like security level important, we can put in on the public cloud. Now from the private cloud, I mean our infra to public cloud, there will be a pipeline where like we can also use for the data storage also, like for the public cloud. So it's like a mix of on infra or public cloud.
What are some of the challenges you've had when migrating to cloud?
When migrating to clouds, like some application which is really sometimes not very compatible with the cloud. So like some not microservice, like so those application we need to again redevelop or you need to add some codes to make it compatible with the cloud. Those are the challenges actually. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So I think you pretty much answered this slide, right? So the challenge that companies have when moving to cloud is they need to rewrite applications. And there are a lot of third-party dependencies that they need to take care of. They simply have to rewrite the platform on the cloud. But with us, what happens is since we have a unified runtime code base available across multi-cloud, it becomes very easy to integrate. So you have one SDX plane, that is XDX model here, to manage both your on-prem and cloud. And one last question to you, because you already answered all of my questions. So how is the security working in two different environments today? Is it through a single dashboard that you can manage, or these are two different entities or two different environments or platforms for you?
Actually, there is a unified security things like so we have a VPC. Okay, so for cloud we will create a one VPC. Those VPC will be managed from endpoint from our infrastructure only. So like what I'm saying is like if you try to enter into the cloud, first you need to go through our SSO. So that is the first level of security. Once you cross that, then you can go to the cloud. Okay, and after like in the cloud also you will have another security. So like AWS or the Microsoft Azure. So there are two different security handle, but everything we are at least we are handling from the our own infrastructure. So like with the LDAP or something Active Directory, we are handling that.
Go a step deeper. What about the applications?
Application security, I can say like we are handling that through some protocol, HTTP, HTTPS, and those things like that.
So here we simplify that
Balancer,
using,
I can say, I can load balancer or something. Yeah.
so here we simplify that using this one single layer.
Okay.
Across, like I could add another cloud compute here.
Yeah.
All of this is one. So for a customer or for a analytics user who's running a dashboard or running a Hive query, it does not matter if the Hive is sitting on-prem or cloud. For him, it is only a database, and your Hive warehouse could sit here, your data could sit there on-prem.
So internally you are handling.
Yes. So we stitch the cloud, on-prem, and also multi-cloud together to give one single experience.
Yeah. Thank you.
And this is the Azure architecture, or this is an overall cloud uniform architecture across all three. Most of these are VMs. All of our services are Kubernetes based. We have something called a cloud data plane. We have a control plane. Control plane is where you as an admin would push for these services. That is more like a deployment that happens. So say you want to create a Cloudera data engineering service, you go to the control plane and then you click a button if you want to do UI, or we also support APIs and CLI as well. So you would use the control plane basically to manage your data plane. The control plane sits on Cloudera. That is, we manage the control plane. Data plane is something that the customer would use. Somebody like Axis Bank or somebody like SBI somebody like OCBC and so on. Any questions on this slide, the architecture? This is a level 300 on how it would look on Azure. And it would look very similar even on AWS. All these data services sit on a scale set, Kubernetes based. And you have, not all enterprise or not all companies are familiar with Kubernetes, right? They might say, we want to use data hubs. And for that, we want to use VMs. And for that, we have the same capabilities on VMs, and we call it Data Hub. So in an enterprise company, like say Bank of America, they are spread across countries, right? So if you have Cloudera data platform, this is what it would look like. They have the flexibility to choose from multiple data centers, multiple cloud providers, and make it look like one single platform for them. Now, anybody can answer what's a well-architected framework? Like say, be it any application platform, what is a well-architected framework?
AWS has like a well-architected.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well-architected framework, like when you are deploying something or when you are using some cloud, you have to keep all aspects in the mind, right? So like security, authorization, application compatibility. So all those stages include in the well architecture.
True. So when you are designing an application, right? So you need to keep a few key parameters or pillars in mind. Some of them being one being security, operations, resiliency, reliability, and so on, right? And within the security, these are four big pillars: perimeter, data, access, and visibility. What is perimeter? That is who has access to, who has access to the system in the first place. He mentioned he has a cloud SSO integration, right? Basically, think of it like a banking app. You have access to your online account. What do you put in? Your username, password. If you're in a company, you are given an SSO or an IDP credentials. So that provides you security, perimeter security. Second, you talk about data security. Now, how many of you know what encryption is? Not you. Yeah, the red shirt. Yeah, you. Yeah.
So the encryption is something like where your data is encrypted with a key, maybe a private key or a public key.
So what are in a very broad manner two ways of encrypting data? Like say at rest, and then another thing.
At rest and in transit.
Sorry?
Uh,
At rest and in transit,
yeah.
correct. So you need to encrypt your data, right? And encrypting data is not just at rest, but also during transit when you're moving the data around. So that is also important. Third, data access. So say layman terms, you log into your banking app, you need to see your money, not somebody else's money. So that is authorization. And finally, visibility. Say you have jobs running, you need to have access to who, as an admin at least, you need to have access to who's doing what, how is the data being accessed, and how is the data being transformed. So Cloudera as a data platform, security is day zero, and we work on these four parameters. We have dedicated tools and services within our data platform for all of these four pillars, that is authentication, data protection, authorization, and auditing. We are also constantly working on certifications and attestations. Now, why is this important, right? So be it any, not just Cloudera, but any software provider, if he's selling something to a customer, or if anybody wants to use a software, the first question that they ask is how secure is your product? What are the certifications like you have? Like say you buy an electronic device or any device, you look for an ISI certification, right? Something similar. So we are constantly working on certification and attestations. And one of the latest certifications that we achieved was FedRAMP Moderate. And you would be surprised to know there are about only 300 companies globally to be FedRAMP certified. Now, what is FedRAMP certification, right? FedRAMP certification is a framework or a certification or an attestation that you have to achieve in order to be able to run sensitive workloads for the US government. That is, say, super sensitive FBI and all of those high profile workloads. So some of that runs on Cloudera today. Now you often, or you heard me say quite a few times that we are a true hybrid cloud platform, right? That is what it means is we are one single data platform, and behind the scene we are integrating multi-clouds and on-prem. So how did we achieve that? Using a unified runtime, that is our code base is the same. And we have something called a hybrid control plane, where one single dashboard, which is the SDX, provides you visibility on what environments are running where and how is their health. Hybrid workloads, say you have a job running on-prem today, not enough CPU, you could simply scale that or burst that to the cloud. And of course, platform security across cloud providers. Now, this is a screenshot on how a Cloudera control plane would look like, right? So you have 4 different data platforms here: on-prem, AWS, GCP, and Azure. So these are 4 different data lakes, 4 different platforms. The wave that I showed you that had the broad suite of services. Each one of these cloud would host or can host that entire data suite that we provide. Next, these are the data services, and we'll quickly look into Cloudera AI. So overall, workbench and inference. These are some of the workbench capabilities. Newly launched AI Studio, which is more or less like a very low code way of building any AI applications. We also have support for agentic workflows. We'll have a quick demo today. On the inference, so once you've developed your job model, whatever, you could deploy that on our inference service. All of them backed by NVIDIA NIMs, which provide you much better responses and very low latencies. So this is another detail. I don't expect you to remember this, but under the hood, all of it is on Kubernetes. So you have a workbench, you have inference, exactly same architecture, and all of this is running on Kubernetes. You have a model registry, which could be ADLS, S3. And what is important to note here is you don't have to go out of your private subnet in order to do anything with regards to AI. Everything is private. And that's a huge achievement within itself. Talking about encryption, so as you can see, we achieve, or our platform provides you an end-to-end encryption, be it data at rest or at transit. And one of the questions you asked was, how do you provide guardrails, right? So very important to have guardrails because you just cannot control bad actors. So we have integration with a product called Galileo, or it's a partner to provide guardrails for all of your agentic or sorry, all of your AI workloads. And then the orchestration could be through Airflow. We are also working on a standalone Airflow. It's in preview. API gateway, WSO, or you could use OpenTelemetry. And most of this is already built in the CAI worker node as an agent. You just need to integrate it with a server, be it any other open source or anything else of your choice. Let's quickly go to a demo. Okay. So this is how a Cloudera control plane would look like. So this is the control plane, right? Say if you're a customer and your company has 3 cloud environments, you simply deploy an environment in each of these clouds, and you have the whole suite deployed on each cloud. This is a CAI service. You have a workbench. Let's get into the workbench. And we have something called the AMPs. AMPs are ML project accelerators, which simply gives you like a no code experience to build or to run your use cases in AI. You just have to click and deploy, and these are some of the integrations that you have. Like say you don't have a lot of experience coding, or you don't have a lot of uh, uh, like say you're new and you want to try out something, right? This is a quick and easy way to get started. Something for simple use cases like a chatbot or a Gen AI, or to generate synthetic data using Agent Studio, whatnot. So most of these, the models that are there, right? Most of these are open source, but we also support you in getting your own enterprise ML model. So the AI Workbench is part of the Cloudera data platform. Cloudera data platform is enterprise, so it's not open source. So this is an agentic workflow that we've been talking about since morning. What I have here is, again, this is very low code, right? So our aim is really supporting low code to full code, that is giving you the flexibility on what you want to do. So this agentic workflow, what it would do is, it has different connectors. Like say, this is for a financial org, say Fidelity for that matter, right? What you want to do is, I'll say, let's test this. Give me top 5. So I say, give me top 5 performing stocks. So what I have here is a customer profile. Say, what is he? So these are connections to a database, user database, customer profile. And then this is a web search tool. And this is something like a Yahoo ticker. And this is your portfolio optimizer, which is an LLM. So as you can see, this agentic workflow is like a chain of agents talking to each other. The way I visualize this is, say I call a call center, like say Amazon call center. I speak to a person, and then I have an issue with maybe um, returns. So I speak to another specific agent who's responsible for returns, right? So there is a chain. I'm talking to 10 different people. So these are 10 different people who are actually solving for your use case that you triggered here in the conversation. And how this is possible is, again, we support, or we are advocates for private AI, right? So we bring in, today the world is more or less, your data is going towards AI, but we are bringing AI capabilities to your data, which is private. So all of these are your company databases that has very critical information that cannot go to the internet. So what we are doing is we are bringing the entire 1, 2, and 3 into your data set, keeping everything private. So yeah, so I think these are the top 5 stocks, and I'm not surprised because Rigetti and D-Wave are quantum computing, and that is where we are heading next after the AI wave. So this is pretty accurate. Okay, so I think that is all I had to share today. Nice talking to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suraj. It was a quite interactive session, I would say. In case you have more questions, you can connect with him separately. With that, we'll move to next talk for the day. I'll request Azure from Microsoft to come and start with his talk. Thank you.
So, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon, right? So, good afternoon. Come on. Be more little energetic, man. Come on. Good afternoon. Let's try this one more time. Okay. Good afternoon. Awesome. So, thank you so much for showing up today, because, being a Saturday and coming to an event on a Saturday it's not an easy deal for you guys, even for me, right? We would have a lot of other reasons not to come here. Just Netflix chill, right? That's the typical weekend how we spend it, right? So I would really like to appreciate you guys for showing up today. So these guys, be it Ajit, somebody, these guys have put too much effort into this event. So let's make sure that we are adding some value to the entire day, because you're going to be here maybe post lunch also, right? We'll have lunch maybe in a couple of sessions. We'll have lunch, and we'll have a few more sessions, and we'll wind up. So I want you guys to take up at least 3 takeaways per session. Okay, it's not only applicable to my session. This is going to be for all the sessions going to come after me. Let's take at least 3 important things, new learnings that you have learned today. And don't worry, I have set up a timer, and I won't take more than 40 minutes of your time. Okay, you see here I have my timer ready. So once I cross my timer, it will beep, and I'll stop right there. Okay, so okay, 30, maybe 35. We'll make it 35. So yeah, we are going to be talking about multi-agents. And before that, okay. Today's topic is going to be about multi-agents. We are going to build agents from scratch. And how many of you people are technical here? Technical in the sense that, okay, everyone is technical. Maybe AI related, AI engineers and stuff. Okay, a few, right? So I'll make this session to cover the whole audience, meaning that it will be from basic, and we'll be developing a multi-agent infrastructure architecture, right? So this is my 153rd in-person session, and a little about me. I might be a little faster, okay? So bear with me. So I'm Azhar. I'm one of the 8 Microsoft AI MVPs in India. and I'm a full-time developer. I develop solutions and I build POCs for companies. I write a lot of blogs, articles, and I'm pretty much into the community. Okay, so I'm pretty much there, and I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces that I've already seen elsewhere, maybe in some other events, right? So awesome. So let's jump into the real content of today. So by seeing this image, what do you understand? What do you see there? AI generated image. Wow. Come on, be more specific, man. What is that? Come on. Yes. Someone from the backbenches, come on. Wow. Okay. An image created by Gemini. And what is that? Maybe the model behind it. What banana, sir? Nano banana, right? So you are aware about it, the trend which went maybe a few months back. So I take it up that everyone here is, to the trend, to the mark, right? So let's move forward. So there is something called generative AI. We know about this AI. Everybody started talking about AI. Everybody started implementing about AI, and all the companies suddenly became AI-powered companies. Even the pens, everything. The mic is powered AI. They say, right? Am I wrong? They say. But before ChatGPT, does anybody of you here know about AI? Or is that crazy? Was it? Was it? No, right? Okay, let me also tell you one more thing, okay? I have a few goodies. If you don't sleep and if you're being active, okay, I'll give you a few goodies. I have maybe 6, okay? These are limited edition VS Code printed color-changing balls, which directly came from US Microsoft HQ, Microsoft headquarters, okay? So you will get an opportunity to get these, okay? So yeah, back to the topic. So we were not aware about AI as much, before introduction of ChatGPT. Only after ChatGPT introduced its, groundbreaking model, only then we started speaking AI. Every company became, AI-powered company. Yes. So do you think that only with the introduction of, this ChatGPT model, the AI came into picture, or was there AI models before that? Were there generative AI models before that? Yes. So take a guess. Give me a generative AI model which was there even before ChatGPT and all this hype. Don't see that and say Google Translate. Some other models other than Alexa. What else? Bird. Pre ChatGPT. Pre hype. Alexa, Siri, and even let's assume that whenever you want to translate something pre ChatGPT, what would you do? Yes, you go to Google. Google is pretty much ChatGPT for us before maybe 5 years, right? We don't know something, go Google it. We don't know to write this code, we are facing an error, go to where? Stack Overflow. But are we using Stack Overflow now? That is kind of dead, but still people are using it, but not as much, right? If you are facing a deployment error, build error, whatsoever, where is the first place you are going to go? ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatsoever, right? Copilot, GitHub. This is the approach. We have, came from that to this. This happened. So there were models even before ChatGPT, like Google Translate, Siri. So these are also kind of, generative AI models. But what is the main difference between an Google Translate or an Siri compared to an ChatGPT? There is no wrong answer here. Come on, you can tell something. The context window, okay? See, the answer is very simple. Don't, this question, whatever the questions I'm going to ask, don't think as an extreme AI engineer. Think as a basic who doesn't know anything about technology, and you will get the answer. What might the answer be? Yes, Google was just giving some data, but what's the major difference? Apart from translation, can Google Translate do anything else? Yes? No. So apart from, few operations like set up an alarm or something like that, can Siri do something else? Or maybe, call this person, that will do it. Right. Apart from this, anything else? Will it do computations? No, right? So the main difference between these existing generative AI models and ChatGPT era is it's the pre-ChatGPT era, all the models were single purpose models, meaning that the entire model's purpose was only one. Google Translate, obviously, just translation. Likewise, all the models had its own purposes, but they were single purpose. With introduction of this ChatGPT era, all the models became, implementing LLMs whatsoever. Now, a single model can do what? Multiple things. It can translate, it can do computation, it can write your code, it can debug your code, it can do pretty much everything, right? So we became from a single system, right? Single purpose systems or models to multi-purpose models. So I'm just setting up a little context. Okay. So we'll be building agents, right? Tell me the difference between chatbots. Chatbots after after ChatGPT, chatbots came into picture. MCPs, agents, Agentic AI, it's going on. The new words are coming up, and we are going to learn a lot of things, right? So tell me, we already had ChatGPT, chatbots. Why do we want agents or Agentic AI? Just the difference between, okay, just the difference between an chatbot and an agent. Take a guess. Okay. Okay. Guys, don't, I want one single sentence answer. Like I said, don't be the engineers, be the simple users who are consuming the models and answer it, please.
A chatbot has LLM working behind, and AI agent has LLM, plus it also has third-party tools. So if you say, take action on my behalf, it will be able to take action.
That's interesting. What else? Come on, one more. AI talking to AI agent.
A chatbot can converse with a person.
I can't see you. Where are you?
I'm here.
Huh.
Yeah, a chatbot can basically converse with a person, but an agent is able to converse with AI also, like peer agents and
Right.
itself.
Yes. One more. That last person. Let's pick
To
that.
me,
Where are you, sir? Yeah.
to me, if you send a mail, I'm out of office, I can get out of office notification. That's kind of a chatbot, I assume that one. Now I send a out of office, then it goes back and check what is the issue and send the response back. That can be considered as an agent for me.
Awesome. So all your answers are wonderful. I agree with all your answers, but let me sum up a little. Okay. So if you have questions, please raise your hands. The volunteers would hand over the mics to you. And okay. So now coming back to the difference, a chatbot is a simple chatbot. It also has a single purpose to satisfy whatever it is built upon. Meaning that, let's say that we had Disha. No about Disha chatbot. About where have you seen it? IRCTC, right? Likewise, we have a lot of chatbots, which the sole purpose is to communicate. You ask something, it will answer something back. If it doesn't know, it doesn't stop there. It will give you a few documentation. You go read it and figure it on your own. That's what it says, right? Yes. So that's a typical chatbot. So what does an agent do, and how is it different from chatbot? So let's say that you have an agent, you have a chatbot built. Now you want your chatbot to book an, maybe you ask a question, you are asking a question like, hey, I'm going to Kerala, suggest a few tourist spots for me to visit. This is a typical chatbot behavior, it will give you something. Now, what if you ask the chatbot to book train tickets for you? What if it goes back and books a ticket and gives you the ticket? So this is where you add a step of intelligence into the system, making the conversation a little more intelligent, meaning that without you going to Redbus or somewhere, book your tickets or book your hotels, you're asking your agent to do it on your behalf. You're just prompting it to do it, right? Likewise, if an agent, if a chatbot, if a model can communicate between other modules, can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, right? This communication is adding another layer of intelligence. That's what makes these models intelligence, meaning agents, right? So we are going to build something today. Okay. I'll just skip to this part. So we are going to build an agentic framework, I would say. Okay, a framework which is going to have 4 agents, maybe 3 agents. We'll have 3 agents. So give me a use case, maybe. What shall we build on? What, sir? Okay, image generation, maybe text-oriented, you tell. Text-based generation model, a chat-based model. Come on, yeah, tell me something. Is it too boring? A research agent? You tell something random. Let's take up a use case and make it work. Okay, like in hierarchy. Okay, let's do something. Okay, let's have an agent which will handle your bookings. Maybe like Amazon. If you want an iPhone, if you want something, you just go talk to it. It will give you the data. And if you want to order it, you will order it. You have an ability to order it. That is one agent done. The other agent is, let's say that you ordered iPhone. Okay, this sir has ordered iPhone and it is delivered today. But when you opened it, he found a brick instead. Okay, so what is this? This is a typical escalation. Maybe we have to, just because an agent have, we used an agent to order stuff. Now we got a different thing than we have ordered, right? So now let's add an agent to handle the escalations. Maybe let's say that, hey, I've ordered this. This is my order ID. I've got something entirely different from what I've ordered. It should be able to handle that. And what else? Let's add some more thing to it. One more. Okay, let's send email acknowledgements, meaning that whoever we want to send email, maybe all the details, send it to my email ID. I don't want to talk to you. I'm really pissed that, I got a brick instead of an iPhone. Okay, just the details to my email. I'll escalate on my own. Okay, we're going to do 3 things. One, we're going to have an agent, which is going to be our order guide, maybe for ordering. Second one is what? An agent which is going to handle the escalations. And the third one is an agent which is going to send emails based upon our need. But there should be an agent to handle all these three agents, right? Let's call that agent the boss agent. Okay, we'll have 3 agents which will be handled by an agent called the boss agent. So the purpose of the boss agent is to handle all the 3 other agents, meaning that whom will be talking to? The user will be talking to which agent there? The user is going to be talking only to the boss agent. The other stuff is being handled by boss directly. Between the communication is being handled by that. So let's jump into the demo. Okay. So this is how an Azure portal looks like. Okay, this kind of landing page for Azure. So if you want to build anything related to AI, ML models, anything related to AI, the one place you're going to build it in Azure is called Azure Foundry. So this is an integrated platform that you can create pretty much everything from scratch. Okay, let's build an Foundry. Source. So I just logged into my Azure account and I've created an Azure Foundry service. And after creating it, I've just opened it. So this is how the Foundry resource looks like. Here, you can build up everything. Like I said, right, it can be in chat model, it can be in video model, it can be in audio, it can be in text-based model. And it is not only limited to the Microsoft models. You can use Hugging Face, you can use DeepSeek. If you see the catalog here, you will see these are the models which are available, meaning that directly from Azure, we have a few models. Yes, we have, DeepSeek, Meta, Mistral, OpenAI models. All the other models are pretty much integrated. So it is not like you only log into Microsoft and build models only there with only Microsoft. You can mix and match of models between everywhere else and you can do it. So this agent is going to be a chat-based agent, right? The entire architecture is going to be chat-based, like we discussed. Right now, what we are going to leverage is, we are going to use GPT-4o mini. GPT-4o mini is a chat compilation model, meaning that we are not going to generate images, videos, audios, or whatsoever. We are going to stick to only chat based. Okay. Now, so the model behind it is what? You can see it here, right? GPT, that is a model. Now, I'll create my first agent. So what shall be the agent? First agent? What was that? Product ordering, right? Ordering. So let's call it product catalog agent. Let's name it product catalog agent. And this instruction is something called as a context window. This is where the magic happens, meaning that whenever you give a context to an agent or an chatbot, when you're building it, you're defining its purpose. So if you want it to act in a certain way, it will stick to it. Meaning that, let's say that you are asking the chatbot to be very rude, it will be very rude. And if you want, if you have deployed it and if you are being very sweet to it, even though it will be still rude. Okay. Do you want, maybe I have deployed a model. I'll just show you. Okay. One real quick. See, this is a chatbot I've deployed to a web application. The context which I gave was behave very rude. No matter what I ask, always be rude. Okay. So let's see if it's working. See, this is not in local. This is being deployed, right? You can see the URL. So let's see. Okay, I'm asking something. See, is it being kind? You can see that, right? What does it say? What did I ask? I said, hi, dear. Okay. Will a chatbot typically behave like this? Yes, no? No, right? It won't. Ask something else, maybe, real quick. Someone? Okay. Why don't you check a weather app instead of asking me? See, that is this behavior is because of what? Because of the context window, right? So back to agent creation. So we have one agent deployed, which is called product catalog agent. Okay. And the context we have not yet set. I have a document. Now, I'm just saying that you are an product catalog agent, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm just going to put this context into the machine. So it will be only behaving to that context. So now we are making, we are going to query to this agent and we are going to place the orders, right? So we have to give the knowledge base. So for that, I'll just add a knowledge base. Files, upload, product catalog. So I'll also show you what is inside the product catalog. So right now what I'm doing is, there's an Word file called product catalog, which I've, manually I've given a few products and order IDs, how much it is costing and a few features of it. And this entire document is being ingested into which agent? Product catalog agent. So first agent is done, right? Now let's build our second agent. What is that agent is going to be? What is that? Escalations, right? So done. Let's go to the escalation agent. Okay, done. Let's put it in the context. Let's name it the escalation agent. Okay, for this also we have to give something as a knowledge base, right? So what if someone says, they got a brick, respond in a certain way. And, likewise, we have to put something for now as we are building an, simple multi-model agent. Okay. So when you're uploading, right, this process is called ingestion of data, which creates vectors. Vector stores you might be heard about, right? So this entire data is being pushed into the cloud, and there they are being communicated into vectors. Okay. So now this is also being uploaded. Done. What is the third agent? Come on. What was that? What? Okay. So the third agent is going to be email agent. Let's create the third one. Okay. For this email agent, I've just told it to, whenever something happens, this is your, format that you have to respond to it. So we're going to call it email bot or email agent. Done. Done, right? So all done. Do we have to do anything else or all done? We have email escalation agent and product catalog agent. What else? Boss agent, right? The final agent. So we are almost done. So this is the main agent, okay? We are giving it a context. If you see the context a little here, we are saying that, your job is to decide which specialist agent to call based on the user's query, as we have 3 agents, right? So I will also share all these documents with you so that you'll be able to create. Let me complete it and I will take up the questions maybe in the next 2 minutes, okay? We're almost done. Done, okay? Now this agent is called as a boss agent. Okay. Done. Okay, so 4 agents done. So we have to do one more thing with the boss agent, which is connect the agents. There is some connected agents right here, right? So in the boss agent, what I have to do is, first I have to connect all the 3 agents with the boss agent. Now, email agent. Keep it. So it is asking me when to activate this agent. Okay, let's go back here. If an user provides an email ID and asks the escalation details, you get triggered. Is what is the connection string which you are giving between a boss agent and the email agent. Okay, done, added. So this is the boss agent, right? This is the boss agent. And if you see, we have added 1 agent, which is email agent. We have to add 2 more agents. This product catalog agent. So if users ask about the product information, you get activated. Okay, that's what we are going to tell it. Added. We're going to add 1 more agent, which is escalation agent, right? Done. Done. Done, right? We created 4 agents and we have connected all the 3 agents with the boss agent. Now it should work. But before that, we have to do one more thing. So the purpose of an email agent is to send emails, right? So we have not added any connections. We have just give it an context, right? Let's add an action. So the action item is to send what? What does an email agent do? To send emails, right? I have configured already something here. I will just use my connection string, which I've already created. When does it trigger? When an user asks. When an user provides email and asks about escalation, you just do it. That's what we are saying it. Done. Okay, everything is done. Shall we test it now? Hopefully it will work. Let's see. So now, let's see if it works. Whom should we ask? Boss agent, right? Now, everything's done. Okay, let's go to the agent playground and test it out. So This is already in the boss agent. Okay. Hi. Okay. You're able to see it, right? Or is it too small? Okay. We're saying, I want to order an iPhone. Okay. It is looking for a reference through a connected agent, meaning that our boss agent is going to, it's communicating with a connected agent. Okay. So where is this information present? iPhone 15 Pro Max, 1,50,000. If we go to the document of what? Which one? Product catalog agent. You will see the entire information here somewhere. You can see it here, right? Right? So what it did, our boss agent, if you see the run info, once I gave a prompt, it went to a tool and pretty much it connected to an connected agent, because it understood, because even though it had 4 agents connected with it, it understood the context that I'm asking something about ordering. So it went there and took up the information. Okay, now I'll tell maybe my friend, when he ordered an iPhone, he got a brick. Okay. Okay, this is the question we are going to ask it. Okay. So again, it's going to the connected agents and seeing where. So I understand your concern regarding your friend's experience. To assist you better, could you provide me the order ID? So I'm saying that my friend have already placed an order. Okay. So it went to a different agent. So it's what is it asking us now? The order ID. Let's see if we have something in the document of order ID. So if someone is saying that I had a brick, okay, this is the order ID. Let's assume that my friend's name is Ramesh Kumar. Okay. Let's see if it gets the information. I'm just giving its order ID. Okay, done. See, according to the order placed by Ramesh Kumar, did I say that my friend's name was Ramesh Kumar? No, it went to the DB, maybe our knowledge base in the simpler words here. Let's say DB maybe. And it went and it came with us and it's asking us to provide proof of it. Let's say that, no, I don't have any proof. Okay. No, I don't have any proof. Please send the details to my email ID. Okay. I'll give my email ID. Right? I just gave my email ID and I'm saying that it is saying that you need to provide proof so that I will escalate it to this person called Priya Sharma. Okay. But I'm saying I don't have proof. You just ping me the entire details over the email. I'll figure it out on my own. Done. Okay. Done. So what should it do now? It should be connected to which agent? Email agent, and it should provide what? All the escalation details. It is saying that I have sent all the details to this email ID. Feel free to. Done. Okay. Pretty much. Let's see if I have received any email. Okay. I didn't receive any email. Okay. Junk maybe. See, I have something which I've received here. Okay. I'll maybe put it here for your reference. See, this is the email which I received real time. Okay, this is not something that I have hard coded or whatsoever. It sent an email. If you give a different email, if you give your email, this same information will be sent to you, right? So this is how an agentic framework works, meaning that an agentic framework is an extra layer of intelligence where it communicates between the agent. So this is like pretty much a simple example of it, but if you make it more complex, right? You can do wonderful things, you can do wonders, right? So yeah, with this, I'll conclude. I think I'm on time. So here I am. You can scan. The next 1 minute I will take for the questions to give these few things. So guys, if you have anything related to AI, if you have any POCs you're building, if you need help, if you need some advice, right? I'm more than happy to step in. So you can always connect with me on LinkedIn. I might not respond to you immediately, but I'm sure that I'll respond to you. Okay. So let's, stay connected over there. So do you have some wonderful questions? We'll get these.
Hello?
Maybe
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
So actually, you said it is like sequential execution or parallel execution happening for the agents.
So if it is both kind of, the way you build it defines it.
So how does this context between parallel execution is being transferred?
Let's say that you have ordered an item already. Okay, you forgot about it. You after 1 month you are going to escalation agent. So in that case, you don't have to order it again. You don't have to go to escalations. All the things will be stored in your DB. So right now I have only showed you through the knowledge base. What you can do one step more is there is some very also get the DBs can also be created real time inside this agent framework. So that whenever you order something, it will go feed it in their DB. When you modify it, likewise.
And there was something called as AI quality factor in it. What was that?
Okay, so wonderful. So AI quality factor, governance, and everything, right? All the things are already built in Microsoft. So whenever you're building something, you don't have to worry about all the other stuff. It's pretty much already there. So you just build it. Don't worry about anything because it is already available there.
So what does that score actually means? Like there was like 4, 5, 3.
Yes, maybe I'll take that question after this. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be here in the networking session. So yeah, come on, yeah, give mics to someone in the middle also.
So this workflow only works on vector database or in database is fine.
What is the question?
This AI workflow works only on vector database or any database is fine.
See, it works pretty much everywhere. If it is only some, specific to something, what is the use, right?
Well, if you have large tons of data.
Yes, it is still being processed. So there are a lot of other options for you if you have large quantity of data. So that is also possible. So it is not limited to that.
I have
Awesome. Thank you for the question.
I want to embed my own model.
Sir, who's that, sir?
Over here. I want to embed my own model.
You want to build your own model?
I want to embed my own model in this one. You are using GPT 4.0. Instead of my own custom model. Can it be done here?
So that's an interesting question. He's saying that we have used GPT 4o mini, right? So what if I want to have my own model, maybe an SLM?
Yes.
Why not? You publish it. See, whatever I build, right? One quick thing, whatever I have built, you can pretty much take the entire code of it and run it in your local system. You can see here, right? Even though I have not used a single line of code, but in the backend, everything is there. Let's say that if you want to choose a different programming language, all the options are already there. So let's say that you have an SLM, you have your own SLM run in locally, you can still use it and consume it.
And I also need to evaluate my agent.
Evaluate meaning?
Like whether it has performed well or not.
If you're building your own SLM, that's totally up to you. Because if you're consuming something from OpenAI, they are responsible for all the hallucinations and everything. But if you're doing it on your own, you are responsible for everything.
Is it? I didn't see when we work on agents, right? We select kind of prompting, like for example, it may be React or chain of thoughts, tree of thoughts. Those are at the granular level where you optimize your agents, right? I don't see those options there. That's first point. Second one is when we work on those things, we decide on iterations, number of iterations. It goes through a loop, right? I didn't see the option to set that as well. So those two are my questions. How can I do that? And the third one is, as he asked, will it be a parallel execution or sequential, right?
Yes.
Do you guys have a capability of something like an LLM compiler which will call 3 or 4 tools or agents at the same time with the limited number of threads that might be present?
So your questions are really good, but I forgot the first question now. Okay.
No, to set the chain of thoughts, those things.
So see, let me answer, yeah. Come on. So the thing is, pretty much the iterations, the trainings and everything is already being there. If you see the entire platform here, if you see it, you will know it. You can evaluate, you can set up guardrails, you can run iterations, you can make the model, better. So everything is already there. So that's one. What's the second question? Parallel execution. Prompts is already there. See, everything which you are going to do, you're going to build on top of a model. That's it. You're already using an existing LLM. Apart from that, everything is customizable. I mean, everything.
When you make a action, I'm talking to him. Hello. Excuse me. I'm answering your question. When you make the agent, right? So you are giving a task to that agent, right? What it need to do. What he make is like, once you have this question, then you need to go to connect this agent. At that time, you can craft a prompt. Like if you ask this question, automatically you check the order and you send that email. That also you can do. I mean, at the same time.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm really happy that you guys are having this conversation, but let's have it in the networking.
Yeah.
Last question. Let's have her, and then we'll discuss in the networking session. That's for sure.
Question was, it uses knowledge base, right? So is it using RAG behind the? Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. I guess I'm loud enough that people.
Okay, awesome. So she was asking the question as, we are using knowledge base. Something is going back and fetching something. So where is the concept of RAG involved here? Please,
Yeah.
I'll tell. So see, a RAG is something what? RAG is an
Retrieval
everyone will say the
augmented.
expansion of RAG.
Retrieval
Retrieval augmented. See, simple. A RAG is something that if you have a document or whatsoever, this is kind of a RAG. Okay. You have a document somewhere else. You're asking something entirely in a different interface. Something is going into the vector DB, vectors, it's doing a vector search and going and getting something there. It retrieves something from an existing document or a DB, and it's pulling back the answer and giving it to you. So that's a typical example of RAG, a simple RAG. So yeah, it's there. Yes.
Behind. Okay.
Done. Guys, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's have this discussion. I'm really happy that you're having a lot of questions. Let's have this in the networking area. And thank you so much for being wonderful listeners. And I would want to take one moment to thank all the organizers, Samriddhi, Ajit, these guys are awesome. So what I have a request for you guys is, see, these guys have spent a lot of resources, time, these speakers have come from a lot of other places, right? So likewise, you have also spent a lot of time here. I hope that you're enjoying today. And let's, keep the momentum going till the end. And I want you guys to post about the news that you have learned today, each session, post it on LinkedIn and tag these wonderful speakers. Not so that we would do hundreds or millions of followers, right? That's not a good. So it is just like an thank you, you saying to the speaker, thank you that, hey, today I've felt really informative. So that is a post that if we read it as speaker, right, we would feel happy for investing our time and not making everyone's time useless, right? So thank you for being the wonderful audience. Let's catch up again.
Thanks a ton, Azhar. That was a great session, and I'm sure many people have many questions. You can enjoy those questions while having the biryani towards the end of the meetup. I'll request Abhijit from Cloudera talent acquisition team, as Cloudera has many open positions. So I thought let's call him as well and give 2 minutes of time so that you will get to know about our open opportunities and the culture of Cloudera. Just 2 minutes. After that, we'll move
Thank
to
you,
next.
Samriddhi. Hi all, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here. I'm Abhijit, part of the global talent acquisition team at Cloudera. I work as a senior TA advisor. So I'll just quickly walk you through some of the benefits and of working with Cloudera. Just give me 1 sec. Just share my screen. Right. All right. So, I'll just quickly talk about Cloudera Live. What is it all about, right? So some of the perks and benefits that we have. Global Unplugged Days. That's one of the biggest benefit that we have, wherein, every Cloudera will get 3 weeks. After every 3 weeks, we get a extra time off. That's one. Then we have got comprehensive work culture, wherein, flexible work options, remote work opportunity, Zoom free days, all of that, employee assistance program, then career progression, and last but not the least, we have some social activities also, which we kind of get involved with. So, we involve all the employees and we work as a community together. Now, we also, in the coming months, are, building up our engineering R&D team in Bangalore, right? So, as you can see here, we have got a scanner here. We are building teams across data platform, storage, right? AI, ML, all of that. And in coming quarters, we'll have a lot of opportunities for you all and your friends and colleagues to apply. So, spread the word and help us to build the team here at Cloudera, right? I'm also available on LinkedIn, so get in touch with me. You can also get in touch with Samriddhi, and we can take things forward from there. I'll be around during the networking session also, so you guys can get in touch with me too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. feel free to reach out to us in case you find anything relevant. So I'll request Ravindra now to go ahead with the next talk.
Hey, hi, everybody. Okay, how do I connect to the thing? Hmm?
You need to share through in Zoom call, same.
Teams call.
Yeah, Zoom call. You need to join the same.
How do I get that? Can you help me out?
Yeah, did you have that?
I don't have that. Okay, so how many of you are coming from, say, less than 10 kilometers? Oh, wow, quite a lot of people. How many of you coming from, say, less than 20 kilometers? Wow, that's great, man. How many of you coming from greater than 20 kilometers? Whoa, amazing. How many of you coming from greater than 50 kilometers? Please stand up. I think this person needs a clap. Traveling 50 kilometers for a meetup. Great. Thank you. We are motivated to speak, and be there for you guys. Thank you for coming so much. And, thank you for taking the time and coming on, Saturday. Usually Saturday, everybody wants to hang out, go around with friends, get drunk. Okay. Friday night, only somebody already gets drunk and stuff. So I'm speaking all of this because this thing is getting set up in the meanwhile. Okay. So please don't mind. So let's have a small exercise where, just to, what do you say, lighten up the mood. I do this in all the talks that I take. It seems a little, silly, but it's fun. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay. Now I'm going to take these 4 rows and these 4 rows to be 2 different teams. So everybody in these 4 rows is team 1, and everybody in these 4 rows is team 2. So we'll see which team has more energy. So how am I going to find out who has more energy? You guys have to repeat after me what I say. Not now, I'll tell you. So at that point of time, we'll see which team is able to get more energy here. Okay. Containers rule. Come on, only one guy telling. There's so many people. Containers rule.
Containers rule.
Okay, great. Docker is cool. Okay, guys. Team 2 is actually going more, have more energy. Come on, let's do it again. Containers rule.
Containers rule.
Wow. Okay, here we have energy. Docker is cool. Okay. So probably it's the wording. Let's see then. Let's try again from this side. So containers rule. Okay. Docker is cool. Okay. I think we have a tie here. Okay. So interesting. Zoom. Allow Zoom. Wait, I have to leave and start again. Can you hear me? No, then only permission will come. Where is the thing? Here. No. I was just asking for permissions after this. After giving permissions, I have to restart it. Yeah. Stop video.
Yes. Yes.
How do I?
They need to accept. Just
So how many of you have, seen sci-fi movies? Terminator. How many of you have seen Terminator? The first part, anybody seen the first part of Terminator? Cool, right? Okay. Not many people because all of them are either Gen Zs or Gen Alphas. This was a millennial thingy. I think it was around 1980s, somewhere in the 1980s. Hey, yep, my screen is visible now. Great. Where is my PowerPoint? So, this is the villain of the first, Terminator. This guy used to transform. So just imagine, you can spin up AI agents just like this, designing all the interactions visually. You don't need code. Sometimes you need a small code, go ask ChatGPT, or you can ask locally, or whatever. You can do it right there. Okay. So this is what we'll cover today. So we'll talk about what is AI agents and their design patterns. Okay. Then we'll talk about Microsoft AutoGen fundamentals. So Microsoft AutoGen is actually a framework for agent building. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk a little bit on setup and configuration, and then building custom tools and multi-agents. So like always, I think today was a lucky charm and my demo broke. So as much as possible, I'll give you a broken demo. Please excuse me. Yeah, so my talk today is going to be building smart agents using Microsoft AutoGen, and a little bit about me. Okay, so I have over 19 years of experience in the IT industry. I've worked in, a lot of places. I'm a Docker community leader. Thanks to Ajit for inspiring me to be there. I've been a Docker community member from 2017, and it's been a great journey since then. So I've been searching on generative AI, LLM ops, MCP, and I'm really passionate about development, getting the latest trends in technology. If you want to connect with me over LinkedIn, this is a QR code. You can scan this. And just like my name, Ravindran, I have a website, ravindran.com. So I'll publish my videos, my blogs, all of it there. Apart from it, I write on Medium, Dev. I'm active on X. Okay, I have a YouTube channel, so quite a lot. Okay, what is an agent? Okay, an agent is an autonomous system which knows its environment. It perceives its environment, and it can take decisions based on its perception that this is what my environment is, and it achieves goals. Say, for example, I ask it to do a particular task and it faces an obstacle. So it goes back and replans the whole thing, and then starts executing the task to achieve the goal. So in a very small thing, that's a nutshell, that's an agent. Okay. So this is one of my favorite slides. I actually had done this last February when I was at Microsoft. So this is about design patterns in agents. Okay. So there are sequential agents, hierarchical agents, hybrid agents. Okay. So when I go to the sequential agents, one agent will, complete its task and, go and tell the next agent what to do. Okay. So after that, only it keeps going. It's just like a relay race. One guy keeps running and go gives the other one. Until then, the other person has to wait. Okay. Next is the hierarchical agent. So what is a hierarchical agent? This is like a team manager. He says, hey, you know what? Go get me reports of all the tickets. Let me know what is the latest build. Okay. And then they all report back to the project manager and say, hey, you know what? These are the things that are there. And based on that, the manager agent can go ahead and give, or the master agent can go and give instructions to other agents to perform specific tasks. And then we can have a combination of this as well, which is a hybrid, okay, however we want to. Now, nothing against, Batman, but I'm a Superman fan. Okay. So as such, if you see any agent, if it has to perform by itself, it gets it gets confused. Now, say, for example, I talk to you or I give you one page of information and I say, okay, go through it. Most of you will be able to remember everything. But if I tell you, one entire book and say, remember everything, I'll ask you anything from it, you would need a lot of time. And after a lot of time also, you will not be able to remember whatever it is. Okay. So that is a place where we need tools. Okay. These tools will help us connect to different databases. Okay. And a very simple example would be like, say, for example, I want to find out, I give an Excel sheet which has 1,000 rows and I want to give the sales forecast data. If I tell the agent to do it, it will ingest all the data, it will run through all of it. It'll work very hard and it'll give me the data. So if I give it like 10,000 rows, it's going to freeze and hallucinate. Okay. Agents will not say no and go away like us. They will start hallucinating and giving all nonsense answers. So that's a place where we have a tool. Now imagine I say, out of the 10,000 records, give me what is the sales data of person X on month June. Okay. It's going to smartly create a query and execute that query through the tool and get that information and give me the analysis. That makes it really smarter. Okay. Whereas the other guy, Batman guy, he will say, hey, you know what? I'll take 1,000 records, you take 1,000 records, you take 1,000 records. And by the time they spin it up and find out, everybody will hallucinate and we won't get the answer at all. Okay. So this tools concept is really important and the design pattern for us to understand. So with respect to Microsoft AutoGen, so we're going to talk about a couple of prerequisites. Okay, so what I would want all of you to do is, you guys have come so far in the meetup to understand. I want you guys to go ahead and try this at home. Okay, and anyways, if you are facing any issues, you can ping me over LinkedIn. Over the networking session, we can share email and phone numbers as well if you're interested. Okay. So I want you guys to go ahead and try it and try and use this. The entire point of the meetup is to make sure that, whatever we try in the meetup, I want all of us to go and do that. And who knows, you may be the next meetup speaker with an amazing talk on this. Okay. So we can approach Ajit or me on this. We can, any one of you can start up with a talk. So basic system requirements, you can have this AutoGen runs on Linux, Mac, and Windows. So you need Python 3.10 plus. You need at least a minimum of 16 GB RAM, I would say, and a good space. 2 GB is like, everybody has 1 TB right now. So 2 GB is something. So if you are planning to run this locally, then you need to have a GPU or a powerful Mac machine. Or if you could, go to NVIDIA Jetson, there's a latest and greatest thing that has come up, NVIDIA Jetson AGX Thor, which has about 2,000 plus GPUs. It's like super powerful. Okay. So you'll see a demo with some of our community members in some time. So it's really a beast. You should try that. Or like Ajit told, you could try it on Docker Offload or Docker or LM Studio or other things. Okay. So you need a package manager like UV or pip. If you're using Python, VS Code would be great if you have VS Code. So yep, that's pretty much it. Next, what are the core components? Yeah. Oh, is it? I'm so sorry. Okay. So the next part is with respect to AutoGen components. What are the different components that we have in AutoGen core? I mean, AutoGen as such. Okay, so we have AutoGen core. This is like the main brain or engine of the entire thing. So this is used for your agent logic and orchestration. And inside it, when you go towards the development side, it's agent-based classes, management of agent, invoking the tools inside agents, okay, and configuration utilities like maintaining environment variables, logging, okay, model setup, etc. So apart from that, the next thing is AutoGen chat. This is basically a chat interface which takes care of communications while you chat with the agent. So the AutoGen core is the main program which defines the logic and the engine of this thing to work. The AutoGen chat is an interface that helps us in interacting with different agents. Next thing is the AutoGen Studio. It is the UI framework. So this will help us building our agents, the UI easily. The next one is AutoGen extensions. So with these extensions, you can write custom configurations. You can access your agent. Say, for example, you built your agent and it's running on your local system. What's the point? You need, if someone in your team also needs to access it, how to access it? I will show you. It's just a simple step. You export a JSON and run the command AutoGen Studio path to the JSON file -port number. Boom. It's available through API. So setting up your agents is one thing, and then you can pass it on to all your team members and API file the whole thing. Okay. So this thing can be done in two ways. We can do a Docker setup. We can do a Python setup, which is local. So for the Docker setup, here's the Docker file and the Docker commands followed by that. And then for the local installation, you can first set up the core components, and then we can set up the Agent Studio. So this is available as a part of the setup instructions. So I will show it to you, and it's also part of in the Microsoft website. So if you see, this is just a sneak peek of how the builder or the Microsoft AutoGen Studio looks like. Okay, so enough talking. Let's start the demo. So this is how the AutoGen page at Microsoft looks. So I told you about the agent core, agent chat, the extensions. You can build your own extensions, Agent Studio. Okay, so these are all little advanced topics. I just wanted to keep it very, very basic. So you have the GitHub, Discord, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. So you can click on the GitHub and Docs here. So if you go to the GitHub, the same setup instructions, what I told you, the setup instructions are available for this. And it's very important that you track which is the most stable agent. Because if you see on the YouTube, right, most of them talk about the Microsoft AutoGen agent, which is earlier version. So the latest version is 0.75. So we'll have to go through this. So again, yeah, this is my website. Yes. So now let us actually fire up AutoGen Studio. So I'm gonna just stop it so far. And then let's run this. So the command for this, let me zoom a little bit. Okay. So the command is AutoGen Studio, all one word, space UI, and whichever port number you want to run. The default port is 8080. So you can choose whichever port you want to, because I have other containers running in that. So I've pushed it to some other thing here. Okay. So here you go. Let me open that. I'm going to open localhost 8082. All right, so this is the screen that you're going to see, and we'll go one by one. There's a team builder, there's a playground, and there is a gallery. So this gallery or skills in the previous version is what will contain what are the different kind of teams that we build. What are teams? Teams are a combination of agents. So what are agents? Agents are specific. We just spoke about what are agents. It knows its environment, it knows what's its task, and it knows how to navigate and get work done. So these are specific agents which are built for specific purposes. Some of them are, straightforward. We don't have to. Out of the box. Other things is something that we have to. We can also build our own agents throughout. Plus, we have tools. So this is just like tool calling. Okay, we've heard in Olama and Agentic AI and Generative AI. So tool calling, there are out-of-the-box tools, and there are specific tools that we have built. So in this particular demo, let me try and give you a tools generator. So for example, if you want to create a new agent or a new tool, you need to know a little bit of coding. So let us automate that part and ask the agent only to create the tool for us. And I'll tell you a very small step. You can try it and go through it. Next, we have models. So each model, we are going to see different ones. This is a local one. LM Studio is a local one. So you can use, it's compatible with LM Studio, Olama. Okay, I haven't tried Docker Runner, Model Runner yet. Okay, so GPT Mini and Anthropic, it's there. Apart from it, termination conditions. Now, say for example, whenever an agent is doing a task, it has to have a condition where it's going to say, hey, you know what, stop. Beyond this, I'm not going to do anything. Or it has to know when to stop. I'm just doing on and on and on. It's not the way it works. Okay, so if you go to this deploy, okay, you can see that this is how you can serve it as a API. So you can create your own team, and that team, I will tell you how to download that as a JSON, and then you can serve it as an API. So probably you can build a Streamlit app and connect this to that, and it can do quite a lot of things that you talk about. Say we have the web surfer agent, we have the fetch agent, Google agent, Bing agent. So we can think of building something like a RSS agent where it captures information, write a blog, and publish it to your website, or probably send out an email to you telling that, hey, you know what, today the latest news, this is a summary of all these things. I really wanted to do all of it, but unfortunately only some part. My demo crashed because of some nightly build on one of the packages. Okay, so yeah, we'll start with a team builder. So we can go and build. These are the available teams. By default, when we click a new team, it creates what is called as a round robin team. Round robin team is equal to our sequential agents. Okay. Then we have the selector team, which is equal to our hierarchical agents. Okay. And web agent is also similar to hierarchical agents, and deep research is a hybrid agent. Okay. So the thing is, why should we actually use this? Now, you can see this menu. This is kind of really cool, where I'll just show you the round robin team. Okay, so let's minimize this a little bit. People at the back, are you able to see the screen? Do you want me to increase the zoom? If you're okay, just thumbs up, please. Anybody? Okay, great. Thanks. So, yeah. Oops. All right. So you have here, first we have a teams builder, we have a playground, and in the playground, you can choose from which team you want to get the work done. Say, for example, I'm a project manager. If I have to go and get, some new feature added, and I have to go and talk to the dev team. If I want that feature to be tested, I have to go to the tester team. If I want it to be deployed, I need to go to the SRE team. So like that, we can build different teams that do different tasks. Okay. And then each of these teams, we can chat with them separately. Okay. So I'm going to choose the round robin team and say new session with them. Let's see if this works. Okay, so in the meanwhile, what I've been using is I've been using LM Studio. Okay, so installation is pretty straightforward. It's just a exe. You can go click next. I won't be covering that here. Okay, so once you're here, please select the power user or developer at the bottom. Okay, then you can go to this place, this folder icon, and you can download any of these models. If you want to see what are the available models, you can click on the discover. So these are all the available models. You have a model card. You can see which format it is available. So MLX is a Apple-based framework. It's for Apple silicon chips, and GGUF is a common thing that runs on NVIDIA and things. Okay, then we have the runtime, the hardware, etc. Okay. So I guess after this, it's going to be the server. So due to some reason, I don't know whether it's a network or other things, this is not working. But however, I had done a tools generator. Okay. So let's open a tools generator. You can connect these to a different models. Now, say for example, when I'm creating a team, okay, let's say from the gallery, let me copy the round robin team. So this will come up by default. So we can do both the ways. You can do a visual building, or you could actually, go into each of it. There's a JSON editor. There's a particular format in the JSON. So you can, configure it in JSON if you're comfortable with that. Okay. Now I can use different termination clauses that I want, or I can use a model here. So I'll just come to this place, reduce the agents. Now I go to models, and let me choose GPT-4. Okay, just drag and drop here. You have to save it. And before you saw there were errors. Now there are no errors. Okay. So I'm going to say run. And say generate a tool to multiply. Oops. Two numbers. So this is connecting to my, OpenAI account. You need to set up the credits for it. Okay, so you can actually view this in the full screen. So what this agent did as a user, I did this. It took something and later it completed the activity. So like this, when we go to the hierarchical agents, the parallel agents, we can see the parallel agents workflow. So what this basically did was oops. Let me just reduce this. So it kind of created, so before this example, I told you, right, my demo crashed. So this is one of it. So it kind of created an entire tool for me. So what I can do is it creates a Python file, which is a tool. Then I can copy this code go to my gallery, and I can go under tools. I can add a new tool, give a description, and give a code here. That way, I can have the entire tool, agent, and model configuration, which can be done here. So unfortunately, because my demo crashed, I'm not able to proceed further with this. Anyways, please follow my website and blog and LinkedIn. I'm definitely going to blog about it and put some more videos on how we can set this up, and probably write on how you can do RSS and email to you. So probably I'll take 1 minute for questions. Yeah. So 1 minute for questions on this. Any questions? I'm sorry?
Knows which 8 tools to use.
So when we go to the agent, right, there's a prompt that we say inside. We describe what is the agent, telling that, hey, you know what, your capability is so and so. And in the agent prompt, we say, okay, look at the user history and the role of the agent, and if this comes, go to this tool. If this comes, go to this tool, kind of thing. So it's the same like how you write for Cloud Code or Gemini or Codex or Open Code, any of it. The framework remains the same, almost the same thing.
Hey, you created very simple tool now, calculator. So I thought that maybe it doesn't need a calculator as a tool. It may be able to do it.
No, calculator was just to make a simple example, rather than we can make more examples. Like I told you, the blogging one, which is one of it. And as I told you, this links that I've given you as of now, the Microsoft thing. So you can go there and build it on your own. So say if you go to the OpenAI platform, probably recharge for $5 or $10 max. Okay. 1 million tokens is 60 cents. So it's just free. And Gemini, I think 20,000 tokens per day is free with, I think, no user. If you're a pro user, then great. So you can pick that and put that API key and configurations. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Go ahead and try this at home. See how you can mess around and don't crash your computers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does it
Yeah, last
support
question.
any local models running like in Olama or any of these stuff directly?
Yeah, local. We can do it on local models, but the point is you need to have enough juice in your system to work on it. So probably you should have good CPU, GPU for it. That's the reason I told you about the NVIDIA Thor, AGX Thor, which you can use. It's about 2000 GPUs. It's like unlimited. Or I have a Mac M3.
I mean, I was just trying around. When I tried to add a model here, it asked me for URL and API key. So if I'm running
No,
locally,
not the. I'll tell you. I know this error. We can connect later. We can solve this. Even I got the same error.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, one last question.
So I have a question. Suppose a tool give you very huge amount of data. How does the agent flow will consolidate the data and give the analysis? Suppose if I have a tool which will retrieve, let's say, the metric data of computing, CPU metric, mem disk. If I want an agent to do an analysis and find out an anomaly in that, so how does that work?
So in that case, if you do with a normal tool, that may not work. You might have to use RAG at that. RAG is ideal solution for it.
No, how does RAG help in doing the analysis there?
Like say, for example, whatever you are captured, the CPU data, all the other things, that data is going to be a couple of things, a couple of rows or thousands of rows, right? So that has to be stored in a database.
Okay, okay. So you are telling that the tool, whatever the data it retrieves, it has to be converted into RAG, and then it should be given to the agent.
See, if it really depends on how you want to build it and the use case. Say, first thing we have to do is build a database tool. Next thing is from the database tool, it has to fetch whatever your thing for that one tool, and then it pushes into the database. Then from there, it retrieves. There should be a query. And then based on that, whatever large language model that you're using, it will analyze and come back and tell you. So rather than looking at 10,000 lines of database rows, it will look at only 10 lines or 100 lines of what you need, and then give you the answer. But an ideal thing for such kind of data intensive actions would be RAG. RAG would be the ideal solution for it. So we need to build something around RAG. Maybe we can connect on the networking session. We can talk more in depth on this.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ravindra. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Yep. I'll request Ajit to talk about next upcoming talk because he was closely working on that.
Yeah, sure. So hello, everyone. Welcome back. Okay. How many of you are from the academy here? How many of you are students? Okay. I see a lot of hands here, right? So in one way, if you see, every company is an AI company, but what I'm noticing that every academy or any of the engineering college, they are also become and doing a lot of things around AI. Okay. And today, the next session would be something which I want to share first before they come in. There are a few of the students who are going to present on one of the AI stuff which we have been working very closely. And one thing which I wanted to mention here is, what I have seen the trend that in all these meetups, I have seen around 15 to 20% are students, right? Now, these are few of the students from Raja Rajeshwari College of Engineering. They have been very active meetup members. They have been attending it. And in one of the meetup, they reach out to me saying, yeah, you know what? We have some of the healthcare related projects which we want to work on. And we want you to come to us and, mentor us in terms of workshop. So sometimes it becomes so hard to even visit this organization and conduct those workshops because it requires time. But what we did, we connected over the Slack, and this project is really interesting. They are going to present about all the problem statement, but this is the collaboration which we did in between the college as well as the industry expert. And this is the work of last, like I would say 2 or 3 months. They have been actively coming to the meetup. And going forward, right? What we are thinking of, because of the different use cases coming up from this organization, right? We will keep one slot for say 20 to 25 minutes for them to come onto the stage and present it. And this will motivate, right? Because there are so many interesting use cases which I have been hearing about. And this is one of the kind of, I would say the project which is related to the Dentoscope AI, okay? And the dental AI. So as you know that, we both have, the Rajarajeshwari College of Engineering as well as the medical college is also there, right? I think in Kengeri, right? Near to the Kengeri, right? So all these projects which comes from the healthcare, it is basically, been projected to this engineering college and they just go ahead and execute it. But it doesn't end like this, right? There are so many equipments used by these doctors. And what we have tried to do is, these guys, they started a project called as a Dentoscope AI, where we try to see like how we can train our own model. So think of it as like Agentic AI entering into the healthcare industry, right? So with this, I would like, and one more thing, since these trained model requires some kind of sophisticated hardware. So we have Savita, who has come from NVIDIA. And most of these, the trained model which we have executed is basically on the NVIDIA hardware. So she is going to talk about Jetson Thor, where we trained this model. And right now you can access this model on HuggingFace. So with all of this, I would like to invite the students. We have Manish, Jalaj, and then we have Jivita onto the stage with Savita here from NVIDIA. She will be also coming in between and talking about their project and what they have. And what I have done, I have just mentored I've just helped them with the hardware so that they can go ahead and try it out. So you will see the whole story, how it shape up. And I encourage each one of you to hear their story. And as you are an experienced folks, right, you can always reach out to them through Slack, give them advice. So this is their first presentation on the Meetup event. So I welcome you all. Come onto the stage to present it.
Okay, hello guys. So myself Jivita and my team members Manish and Jalaj. So today we are going to be presenting upon the topic the future of dental vision inside the AI powered Dentoscope. By the term Dentoscope, maybe it's new. It is a term which we have formed, dental word, and with something related to AI. So before we begin, I'd like to take you through a story of curiosity, collaboration, and innovation. Like what started as a spark among a few students, which slowly transformed into a mission that brought people, ideas, and technology together. So moving forward with that. So yeah, it all began with a group of students where we are from different departments, and we came together, share few ideas, and we started brainstorming ideas where we can apply AI technology with healthcare domain. So our first challenge was to combine AI technology in medicinal domain, and we had a problem statement given to us. So moving forward, we had a dental team which gave their problem statement. I will be discussing the problem statement later. So going forward, we had a professor in our college who mentored us and who uh, gave us ideas about how to break down the problem statement and how to analyze the problem and uh, do the project. So moving forward, during this time, we had our team member Manish, who was attending several conferences and meetups like this before. And during this event, he met a mentor who was deeply interested in the problem we were solving, in the kind of problem we were solving. So we already know who's the mentor. It's Mr. Ajit. So we met like this in many conferences, and we were discussing about our projects, updates, and progress. And Ajit sir also helped us in many things. So we connected online, offline, and we built this project. So it was around months it was going on and so on. So we had a deadline created during the last conference where we met in Agent Nexus, and we set up by today we are gonna complete this project and we're gonna present to y'all, and maybe you people will like this. I hope dentists might like this. We are reducing their jobs. Okay, so there is something called AetherMed. This project led to something called AetherMed. So there were many other problem statements coming to us from our medical college side. So we understood the potential of how AI is relevant to medicinal field. So we thought of starting a startup called AetherMed. Presently, it's a non-profitable community where we are expecting people who are interested in this domain to join the community and help us through the problem statements. So it is a real-time working with real-time data sets are available. So yeah. So Ethermed, the futuristic healthcare non-profitable community. Coming to the Docker. Docker actually helped us in many ways. Like it created a consistent development environment for every team member, and there were no setup issues using Docker. There were no compatibility worries, and it also allowed us to deploy and test faster, improving our collaboration and efficiency across the systems. So Docker containers truly transformed how we handled our project from prototype to final model. And since Mr. Ajit is from Docker, he helped us through this project using Docker containers and NVIDIA also. Now we have a small interactive video where you can understand a problem statement.
Hey there. Ready to talk about keeping your teeth healthy? What do you think it takes to grow strong and healthy? I need enough space to grow. How does that happen? Well, my little buddy, it's all about knowing the right measurements. But what if there isn't enough room? No need to stress. We have Dentoscope AI now. This software helps dentists measure just right. It's quick and precise. So, you're going to have the space you need to grow. Thanks to technology, everything's easier now. So, keep smiling and take care of your teeth.
So, okay, here's what we are building. First, we'll be getting an X-ray image. So we have to start with the pre-train. We are starting with a pre-trained model where we are using YOLO 8N, which is trained on COCO data set that detects the objects in the image, and we are detecting each tooth in the X-ray. So these detections are converted in the YOLO format and used for training the data. So instead of annotating each time, we have used the re-annotation process also, and hence the tooth is now detected. Now we have to measure the width of the tooth. So we are measuring that width using pixels, and we are converting that into millimeters or whichever measurements required by the dentist. Then we are generating the statics and visualizations and exporting it to Excel or CSV required by the dentists. So for example, this is basically focused on children who are having milk teeth and their permanent teeth is about to grow. So we have the premolar, which is probably some children may have it in a slanted way or in any other direction. So in the X-ray itself, we are detecting there is a problem. So, there is something called precaution before curing. So in that manner, we are just reducing the dentist's work of, he uses a vernier calipers manually and he's going to measure it. That's a lot of time. So we have a model which is trained upon this data sets, which detects the width of the tooth, and whatever measurements he's going to take after that process, he will be doing accordingly. So you can see there are annotations made. This is before we, this is the before part when we did the final model. First time when we got output, this was the output we got. It was detecting other parts and all. We have rectified it further. Now this is the training infrastructure we are using. So on the top we have the NVIDIA Jetson Thor. So it is accompanied by the Ampere model with the CPU ARM64. Then we have the Docker container layer. And we have used the PyTorch and Ultralytics 8.3223. For this, we have two versions of training in the training process. One is V1, where YOLO 8N is used, and one more is YOLO 8S for the V2. Then we have deployed this model in HuggingFace platform. So moving forward, this is the data pipeline structure where we have used 79 raw images and used the auto annotation process and two versions of the model. Then we have again used re-annotation process. Then the model has 99.5% MAP50 accuracy. Now I would like to hand over the session to Manish, who will be explaining you about the implementation part of this project.
Hey all.
Here is the breakdown of our project phase, where we face the challenges with the X-rays with the zero annotation or zero labelings. For the manual labeling, it would take the 6 to 13 hours or a complete day for the labeling purpose. With the limited time and the resources, we need to build a project with a great accuracy. We need to recognize to detect the individual structure with both tooth. We initially attempted with a meta sample data set, that is okay, for the automatic segmentation, while this SAM achieved only the 59.6% accuracy, which is insufficient for the clinical deployment. Okay. Okay, the features which we are used, that is the NVIDIA Jetson Thor, RoboFlow, and the HuggingFace. Here is the comparison between the CPU and the GPU, which we have come across with it. While training of the V1 model in the CPU, it would take around 30 to 40 minutes. But while training in the GPU, that is NVIDIA Jetson Thor, we had a great comparison with completing with us only while taking with 7 minutes of time. While training with a V2 model, it would take 3 to 4 hours in the CPU, which is a quite long time. But in the GPU, it take around 43 minutes for complete training of the model. The batch size on the CPU is the 4.8%, but in the GPU is the 16%. And the model size in the CPU is the limited, as we have seen, and in the model size in the GPU, which is any size. Like while training of the data sets, the implementation per day in the CPU is 2 to 3, and the iterations per day in the GPU is 10 to 15. We had a great comparison change while using the CPU and GPU. The recommendations for learning and experimentation is CPU is acceptable, but for the serious deployment, the GPU is essential. For the production of ML model, the GPU is mandatory, as we have seen come across through the accuracy. Here is some special. We are here, the Jetson Thor, and this is the unboxing video. And the further, I will handing over to the Savita for the explanation of the Jetson Thor. Handing over to the stage to the Savita. She will be explaining about the NVIDIA Jetson Thor. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Savita. I'm from NVIDIA. I lead HPC and AI performance benchmarking at NVIDIA. A quick overview. I have 11 years of experience in HPC and AI space. You can just scan this if you'd like to connect me on LinkedIn. As what I do at NVIDIA is I do performance benchmarking and I publish scientific blogs, and I help a lot of students like you across the globe to get their research up and going. I have few patents around myself. So quickly, I'll move to another slide. This is what you just saw, right? That was, Thor. Now, what is Thor is, it is an it's a box wherein you can hold the petaflops in your arms, right? Now, what exactly it does is, like, if you want to do end-to-end robotic simulations, or if you have any simulations, like they are working on a dental space. Now, if you are working something on an automation robotic space, it needs a complete pipeline. One is nothing but you want to train your model. Next, you need you just imagine, okay, I have a research problem, or I want to work on scientific problem. Then next, what I do is, okay, there is an ideation which is created. Second, you want to simulate those ideation, what you thought. So that's when we have Omniverse or Cosmos space, wherein you can do all of those. Third is nothing but where you want to do actual deployment of those runtime. Now that's when you use, everything can be done at a DGX larger cluster, 1,000 nodes of GPUs. But as a student, right, you can do all the simulations with the Thor. Can you just move to next slide? So back then, right, we have robots which was doing, welding, delivering, just, sort of delivering, or you could even just manufacturing space, pick and place things. But today, what we have is robots of tomorrow. That is nothing but a humanoid robot which can do everything for you, right? It does not just doing the manual task, but it is also integrated with kind of intelligence which you would like to add on to that. One of the examples they showed, like the cavity, etc., right? So you can add your own imaginations to that. Like suppose I'm working on a physics space, okay? Now I want to simulate a CFD, a surface temperature of something. You can do those things as well. Next slide, please. So this is the feature. I think Jivika already mentioned it. You can have now Thor is nothing but it looks something. This is the Thor. It's just like, one GPU, but this has 2 petaflops in your hand. You can do immense, computation inside this, not just 1 or 2. Even if you have a scientific research problems, this can cater all of those. So, if you have any problem which you would like to simulate, it gives you like 2 petaflop of FP4, which is built with Blackwell. And inside this, the CPU is from ARM. It also has 128 GB of memory space. And can you just go to next slide? So these are features. Now, comparing to the previous generation, it offers 7.5x compute power, which we had in Orient space. The next one. So what we saw in the Thor is it has a heatsink and fan, and it has a Jetson T5000, which is Blackwell integrated. We have storage space of 1 TB, and this is for your networking. It's very quick. You can just plug your C-type cable and connect to your Mac. Just now, Ajit, he just demonstrated one sample. He just took a cable, just plugged in, and you're good to go. You don't have to, just deploy a OS, and you can run all your scientific. Just imagine how good it is, you have a box and you can do all your research works. So that's very amazing. And I think they would demonstrate what exactly they did in their dental space. Over to them.
Thank you, Savitama. Okay, next will be the comparison. Okay, stop sharing. Okay. This why containerization matters? Anyone? Okay. Using of the Docker containers for the ML training provides, it fundamentally simplifies and standardize the way of software which is packed and run overcoming the notorious. It works on my mission problem. It provides a lightweight for the virtualization and bundles as an applications code. Like we will go through some the fundamentals, that is response, that is productability, that is the same environment across the development, testing, and the production. And the isolation part, which dependencies don't conflict with the system packages. And the portability works on any system with a Docker. The version control, the container images are immutable and versionized. The CI and CD integration, that is easy to integrate with the automated pipelines. Okay. And this is the first part, that is the implementation. We created a Python script to automatically train the multiple data sets using the RoboFlow. The RoboFlow, where we can access the pre-trained model of the major dental data sets, like the final outcome, that is when we use the RoboFlow, is the data download is failed. That is, despite of installing the dependencies, the RoboFlow data sets is easier. We need the premium access to access that training model, and that is incompatible for the annotation format, which is not as relevant to our project, where it is not suitable for our panoramic X-rays also. Then we will come with another innovation is the annotation with a YOLO V8 model. How the annotation, auto annotation works. We start with a pre-trained model, that is YOLO V8 Nano. That matters because it represents the pickle of lightweight and high speed, that is a real-time object detection for the resource constrained environments. The runtime interface with which we detect the objects in each image, they save the prediction as a labels, that is convert the detection in the YOLO format. The train on the auto annotations use these as a training data sets, and the iterative is the re-annotate with a trained model for the better quality. Like the first, we got the raw data sets, there is no labelings. That is the main issues where we have to label it. The data sets must be labeled for the training purposes. So for the training, it would take large amount of time. It may take half a day, or it might take more than 1 day. But while using the auto annotation, within a few hours, we can label the data sets, the raw data sets which we have got. Okay, this is the implementation which after the implementation of the auto annotated datasets with the using of the V8 model, the success rate is 87% of the images had detection. That is 13% had no detections. The train valid is 80/20 script. That is 58 datasets will be gone for the training, and the remaining 15 datasets for the validation purpose. The detection count will be 1 to 3 boxes per images. That is varies because YOLO V8 detects the different objects. Like it would detect some of the images, that is some of the tooths which are not in the like pattern or a panoramic X-rays also. Like no detection, some images were too complex to detect, or which has a not recognizable patterns, which may vary from general X-ray, panoramic X-ray, to that some non-recognizable pattern X-rays also. Next, this is the code to verify the auto annotation. We weren't this, it's a dummy data, like the head file data / training labels start txt. By giving this code in this terminal, the output we can see like the trained data sets, that is Arish 7 years male, his X-ray, which is trained model, and the Akshara Sharma with a 10 years female girl. And at last, we will be trained, like we will get the access of the almost the 58 data sets, which is trained with the auto annotation. Next, the analysis of the auto annotation format and the key observations. And the annotation format is like a class X / center and Y / center, which is the width and the height of all the normalized, that is 0 to 1. Like we have to measure with the X and the Y axis with the width that is from one point to another point, which will be measured in the pixels, that is which can be converted into the millimeters also. That is example, you can see this, it's in the decimal format. That is class 0. The class 0, which mentions the per tooth, not the whole teeth. It will detect the size of the each tooth at the center of 59.3% and 48.0% of the image. It covers the 96% of the width and 95% of the height. So by using the NVIDIA Jetson Thor for the training, we have covered almost this accuracy, which with 99.5%. This is the full panoramic detection, not an individual teeth. Like we have to go through some more steps to implement for the each tooth also. Now it's detecting the full teeth. We have to implement for the each tooth. Okay. What?
Can you just go to the demo because they have shown it.
Okay. Then this is the auto annotation results. Why the HuggingFace? The HuggingFace matters because it has become a central hub and a GitHub for the open source machine learning models, partially the artificial intelligence models based on the transform architecture. The HuggingFace spaces provide free hosting for the ML demos and the automatic deployment for the Git repos, the Gradle integration for the beautiful UI, which we can see, and the public access with the shareable links, and the analytics for the usage tracking. This is the deployment script, which is run with a code. This is deploying in the HuggingFace model. Since this shortage of time, we will be going with the demo part. Here, I'm handing over the stage to Jalaj, who is explaining about the project demo model. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, myself Jalaj, and I helped in model training and deployment of the model. So, I'll explain few minutes about the model and move on to the demo. So, in this part, I'll walk you through the model training part, which we have used is YOLO V8. We have used two versions, that is V1 and V2. V1 was implemented using auto-annotated data, and V2 was done using re-annotated data with transfer learning. That was from V1. So we used V1 weights for training the V2. So for the first experiment, we used auto-annotated data, and the model was YOLO V8N, which has around 3 million parameters, and the training size was around 50 epochs. So, and the batch size is 16. We trained this V1 model using the normal CPU. So the training results were around, the training performance was around average. So coming to the training results, so as we have only used our normal CPU, it was around the precision was around 53.6 and the recall was around 53.8%. So it was detecting correctly. The recall was it was detecting every tooth correctly. So the precision was around 53%. So the model was not predicting accurately. So the training time for a normal CPU is around 7 minutes. So why did we choose V2? So the challenges were we used auto annotations, which added many noise, and the accuracy was around 50%. So we used NVIDIA Jetson Thor for V2, which you can see right now. So for this, we used YOLO V8S, which is a small, which has 11 million parameters as compared to YOLO V8N, which had only 3 million parameters. So the epoch size was doubled from 50 epochs to 100 epochs. So as you can see, there was a dramatic accuracy improvement. So the V1 precision was around 53.6, which was done under a normal CPU. But the V2 model precision was around 99.6%. So The improvement is around 86% by using NVIDIA Jetson Thor. So the training time is also like gradually decreased. So yeah. So moving on to the demo. HuggingFace. So the ML model is actually deployed in HuggingFace under Ajit sir. So here, for example, we can see this is Dentoscope width detector. So here we can upload the image of an X-ray. So this is the X-ray we got from the actual doctors. So we'll be uploading the image to the model and we can see the prediction. So this is the actual prediction given by the model. It is actually measuring the premolar width and height. So we can give these data to the doctors and they can create a particular treatment for each patient. So here, another one is the pathology detector. Here, if we upload the same X-ray image, so it gives bounding boxes around the impacted tooth. So here, it is different from the width detector. Here we are measuring only the how many tooth are impacted. So impacted tooth, it is around, the confidence score is around 87%, and here it is 91%. So it is finding out the impacted tooth, and the doctors can actually prescribe the treatments based on this data. So here you can see the code that we have used for the model training. We have used Ultralytics library under which the YOLO model is there. So here in the predict function, we have used the model path best.pt. This is the best model that is saved. So best.pt was under V2, which peaked around 42 epochs. So So coming to the training model process, here, as you can see, we have in under V2, we have used 100 epochs and the batch size was 16. The device is 0 because we have used NVIDIA Jetson Thor. It mentions as 0. So So I'll be handing over the dash to the Jivita.
So, okay, guys, this was the technical part of our first project, Dentoscope AI in Ethermed community. So, Ethermed community.
This is Ethermed, a community for healthcare.
Okay, this
This
is a
is
small video
Ethermed,
about
a community for healthcare innovation, where we bring together healthcare professionals, tech enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs. The potential for AI to personalize patient care is truly revolutionary.
So yeah, Ethermed community is for individuals who are passionate about innovating the healthcare industry. We welcome healthcare professionals, students, tech enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs who are dedicated to pushing their boundaries and exploring the new possibilities. So yeah, join us for networking opportunities, informative talks, and collaborations on our projects that aim to revolutionize the healthcare industry. So yeah, this is our LinkedIn scanner. And moving forward, Ethermed was started by Mr. Manish L, the CEO of Ethermed. You can connect on LinkedIn with this using the scanner. So yeah, this is myself, Jeevita S, software engineer at Ethermed AI. And this is Mr. Jalaj Krishna, the data engineer at Ethermed AI. So we truly believe that innovation becomes impactful only when it is shared, and that's exactly what keeps us moving forward. So before we conclude, we'd like to be connected with you all. So this is our WhatsApp community. You can join here. In WhatsApp community, we'll be sharing a Slack link, and also we have an website where through which you can connect through a WhatsApp community and Slack also. Thank you. Thank you for your time and support. Is there any questions or feedback? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks
Thank
to
you all.
Ajit and Savita for mentoring them. With that, we'll move to our last talk for today. Please, thanks for having so much of patience. I know everybody is hungry, sitting since morning here. It takes a lot of patience. So we'll move to our last talk. He has a lot of pressure. Everybody will see biryani on his face itself, I'm sure. So Sujit, with that, I request you to please come. It's yours, right?
I respect you are starving. I will not take more than 50, 20 minutes if it is okay. If you want to reduce that also, I can do. By the way, I'm a marriage counselor. Sorry, maybe this is influencing me. So I've tried to bridge business and technology together, how it can help, in fact, all these companies. So working as a director consulting expert in CGI. So this slide, what you've seen is actually I kept it for just to engage initial talk 1 year back. But what I'm seeing is it's became actually normal in AI world now. Some crazy ideas. See, tomorrow when your parents, how many of you guys married here? Okay, if you married or not married people, whoever, suppose if you want, next time you can try horoscope, along with you can have vibe matching also. So these all are actually, I thought that time it's crazy idea, but nowadays I can see some apps also similar like that. What about this? Do you guys like it? Okay, there is no scam, no corruption, no WhatsApp group, no sentimental talks, right? But this is actually one study came. If AI is really aligned, it has that is underlined. If it's aligned, it is the best system is going to happen. It is work for human better. But it's misaligned. It will be like our other feelings. What we are seeing, AI take over our human. What about this? You like it? But even though you like it, third day, like if that Wednesday, your manager will say that, okay, it's only Wednesdays, please trust some more day, right? That's what is going to happen. By the way, telling all these things, one reason is behind. So when this ChatGPT released, right, that time I was, especially when voice mode released, I was talking to that, trying to just explore it. I asking like, I was a movie buff, I asking what all movies are happening nearby me. So it's like telling me a lot of movies details. Filter out, I kept conversing it. One point of time, I asked, okay, I like this movie, can you book it for me? So it says, so no, I cannot do that. Can we do it nowadays? How? what features of present AI mechanism is helping us to do those kind of things. Okay, MCP servers, tools, a lot of other options are there, right? So anybody can create MCP, right? That is just a hands for our models. If models think something, if you really wanted to execute it, you can use MCP servers, right? So you can make, each of us can make an MCP server. It's just like a wrapper on top of our APIs, right? And you can publish that MCP servers. Then anybody. So anybody can access it. When anybody can access, means any model can access it. Any tools can access it, right? Is it really that secure then? Say API and all, we have a control for what purpose we are calling any tool. But MCP's AI model decides for what purpose I need to call it. You are out of control on that state. So that is one of the common problem whoever is making MCP for servers that they are facing. So now I'm going to talk about two options, what Microsoft provides. If you want to create an MCP server, how easily you can do it, how quickly you can do it, plus all these additional things, what you're talking about, security, policy management, authentication, all these things also you can do it. So I didn't introduce, we can introduce later, okay? There are some more crazy ideas, we'll leave it now. Okay, so just an introduction, MCP, A2A, all these solutions are available. You have multiple places to see MCPs. These are the major problems. This is one major area most of the companies trying to do. We need a gateway, how to control my MCP access by anybody. So for that, what we can do? So let me, don't go to all those things. So let me directly come to two options which Microsoft provides. How many of you guys worked on APIM? Nobody? Okay, it's one of Microsoft's service, part of their, especially they use for the proxy services, and it has control of user authentication policies. A lot of whatever APIs you are using, that can be controlled, use your APIM, okay? So, and it is basically do a reverse proxy also. That service now has an extra advantage called MCP server. It's in preview mode. What you can do is if you have a simple API, which is, okay, let's talk about that Book My Show API only. It will book a ticket for you. So if I know that API, what I can do is I can actually register that API into my APIM, okay, in this API level list. Right now it supports, specifically MCP supports only REST APIs. You can actually connect any of the APIs, which is REST, then your MCP server is active, right? So your APIM is using for just, for example, if this Book My Show APIM, if I connect here, then if I add that as an MCP server, just like click on that, add that existing API here, you will be able to access that directly from models. Okay, is that easy it is now. When I say directly from model is, nowadays probably we are using ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, Copilot Studio, all those things. It's all models, in fact, directly access this MCP servers. So here I'm using GitHub Copilot for coding purpose and all. So in that API, whatever I register, it's just simply a simple MCP server, which is using a to-do list. Okay, it's an external available API. I just registered it as an MCP server. Not only me, any of you guys can access it through ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot, any of the model, same MCP server can access. Even I can control what you are doing, who all are accessing, what level of policy I can, that all I can do in MCP servers, in APIM level. So APIM is not something new product. It is an existing product. It has a lot of features, but now that has an extra feature of creating MCP servers, right? So if you look at here, this is in my GitHub Copilot, when I'm writing code using normal models, same time even I can ask, for example, if you want to push some code to your Git, there are inbuilt MCP servers are there, but on top of that, you are writing code, okay, one of my friend is sitting there, I want to ask something, or tell him, okay, let's go for lunch. Okay, lunch MCP server. So it will send an message to your friend in the Teams or in the chat. Yeah. This is a Microsoft point of view, right? Fast API only, but here it is giving you an advantage. Any API can wrap as an MCP server in very quick time. So you ask, you have a third-party product, anything, whatever you have. You want to, nowadays, where are we going? Like, see, Google has a keyword evaluation and all to find out, okay, when you are asking for something, your sites will come in top. Now, you are looking for Perplexity. Perplexity, you are looking for something. It is also searching websites. How do you make sure that your website will come on top? Right? So there's some other mechanism to handle that. Similarly, when you wanted to talk to any of your tools, right? So expose that tool as an MCP server. We need some work to be done behind the scene. Now that Microsoft make it a little easy with one of their existing tool. What you need to do is just simply take that MCP server and, the API, register it your APIM, done. You are ready. Now you can utilize features of APIM along with that API feature. So you are getting full control. And you say that, okay, now this is open to use for anybody. For models, for ChatGPT or Perplexity, any of the such kind of models.
How you will control that? How you are controlling that how you are controlling that who is getting access? Because you say it is open to all, right?
I made it open to all. Now in APIM, it's a default feature. I can define, if suppose you are accessing, I can actually put an identity validation mechanism over there, put policy, you are accessing from where, what you need to access, even put control on that. All those things I can do in that.
Oh, you can control over it. Okay. And
that control is happening on APIM. You don't need to do in your API level itself.
Okay, within. And one more thing, I think we all are concerned about that, right? So when you have an MCP server, we are asking something to provide, to ask from MCP server. MCP server is replying to that.
Yeah.
But we don't have control what it is doing with our data, right?
That is where this is coming now. Yeah. Now you have the control.
Okay.
You can decide. See, whenever we are using API, we will say that, okay, do an order. Exactly. Book a shop for me. That is going through our real programming, and we know that what actually this program is doing. But LLM models are not like that. It decides its own when I need to call it.
Correct.
There is no control.
Yeah.
So that control, we need that gateway, whatever I shown that gateway is must now when we are doing any MCP service. That gateway feature you can bring through this option.
Yeah, I mean, that is okay. But my question is, what you are doing? I am sending some request to you. What you are doing with that data, we don't have any control, right? I'm a user.
When somebody, when a ChatGPT model, okay, any model is accessing your API, first of all, come as to not me. In fact, Microsoft's APIM as a proxy over there, it decides whether I need to allow that communication or not.
Oh, that is okay, right?
Right. So that control is there. Whether I need to charge you also.
Yeah.
I can do everything because it's under APIM, right? APIM, whatever features you have, we can do everything.
I mean, to me,
we can discuss offline. Otherwise, I'll break my rule of 20 minutes.
That's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, this is one way of doing it. Second way option is, see, you don't have an API, but you want to do something very quickly, and any no code, low code options are there. So probably, again, this is another tool. Logic apps. Anybody heard about it? Logic apps. Okay, this is one of the Microsoft no code, low code tool only, where you have 1,500 connectors. Suppose you want to connect SAP, you want to connect your CRM, you want to connect your Dynamics, you want to connect around 1,500 connectors are there. Using these connectors, you can do any integration very quickly, and you can make MCP server in Logic apps also now. So an example. So this is my logic apps. In these logic apps, what I told is it has a connector to Teams also. I told you send a message to my friend, right? So it has a workflow which manages, send messages, all those things. It's actually no-code, low-code tool. You can drag and drop different connectors. You can do if-else condition. You can do validations. All those stuff is possible. So it can create a chat using Teams also. So once we do this logic app is an again old tool. You can do whatever integration or any workflows which you wanted to create. You do all those things. But what I want is this workflow I need to expose to my model. So while talking to ChatGPT, talking to Perplexity, talking to any other model, Gemini, I wanted to do some action which I designed as a logic app. So how do I expose that logic app as an MCP server? That feature is also available now in logic apps. If you look at that, it's again preview mode. Similar like APIM, you see an option. Oh my God. This header is blocking me too. All right, yeah. So here also you have full control what you are actually wanted to do with your MCP servers. So you have control of authentication, configuration, environment variables. These all are existing features of logic apps. You have options to utilize all those features and build your any workflows which you wanted to build for your organization or your customers. And once it is ready, you can actually expose these logic apps as your MCP server. There is that option. And that expose is happening through API Center. Okay, so you have another tool now released Microsoft. Maybe you've seen this, somebody who's working in Microsoft service. It's called API Center. If you create an API Center, an API Center is just like hosting what all APIs you wanted to give to external group. You can actually use this API Center as a central location. So in this case, I created a workflow mechanism. This workflow mechanism I want to expose to my API Center. Once it's exposed to API Center, now anybody can access it through their MCP server. So here you have option to expose it logic apps as a GitHub. There are all other components are there, but if you have a logic apps which you created for the workflow process, you can register that logic apps here and start utilizing it. So with this, what you are able to do two things. I'm running an organization. I have a lot of API. I'm having a lot of softwares, a lot of APIs, but my models are not able to access my services. One way, I can make it accessible through APIM. That is private access. You can control what kind of access you want to give. Now, next thing is if you want to expose to other people's, then you can make it as an under API Center, register it. It will be accessible for everybody. Now, this is for general day-to-day work or our for software functionality. Now, there's a workflow process happening. Some files are coming into my system. It's going through some approval process. Manual approvals are there. All those kind of, there is an integration with my CRM. There is an integration with my HR system. This entire process is happening. But somebody is onboarding my company. I want to say that onboard him, but take him through this process. So my model don't know what, how do I connect to my CRM? How do I connect to my HR system? He doesn't know. But what I'm doing is I'm telling my logic apps, which is doing all this activity, connect it, do this entire process. So I created a logic apps, again, no code, low code. It can get done very quickly. Done it and register it, accessing through my models. It can be accessed. Though that model can be the tools like ChatGPT or Gemini and NVIDIA. Otherwise, the agentic app which we created also can connect like this. All right. So this is what I want to tell. If you wanted to make your organization, now there is a disconnect. What we are doing today, what this model is happening. We need to integrate everything together. Then only we can think about the crazy idea which we shown there starting, right? Those kind of ideas. If you have such kind of idea and you want to make your entire app end-to-end connected, you have tools for now. Don't need to work for 1 month and or 2 months for doing these kind of things. It's very quick. Even I did it in 1 hour, 2 hours. So if I can do within 1 hour, 2 hours, if you have the informations, you can also do better than that. So that's all from me. And I'll just close things. Now I think I can introduce myself. You're on time, right? All right. Okay, any questions if you want to take? If you are starving is okay, otherwise we'll talk offline. And in fact, I have detailed steps also, how do we do all those things, but time, I'll share it through my LinkedIn. So you connect to me, I'll share it through my LinkedIn. Can talk. Any questions? Oh, I think whoever is starving, who can tell one good use, two, 3 use cases, I can help you starving, right? I have some chocolates to you. If you guys can tell a couple of user stories to me. So using these features, what you can make for your organization? Anybody telling some nice suggestions? We have some chocolates. So temporary solution for your, oh yeah, he is starving too much.
So actually, I'm a student. So with this, I think we can basically create a research agent system, which will help you create scientific accurate tools. So like MCP tools for based on scientific research papers and all. So that's what I think.
Okay, so you're going to do it?
Yeah, I'm already doing it.
You're already doing it. Okay, so you're marketing your idea now, huh? Yeah. You told me actually, I will also do it now. Sorry, thank you. So anybody else? Oh, you want it?
So I want to connect my organization, a business with a development team.
You're asking question to me or you're going to tell the solution? Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to say my use case.
Oh, definitely. Come.
As you said, we are disconnect with the business team, with the development team. I can see many gaps there. So maybe MCP could fill those gaps.
You guys like it or you understand what I'm saying? If you don't understand, connect with me offline. Connect with, not with him, connect with him.
Yeah, thank
offline.
you.
Okay, I'm giving customers to you. Thank you. Anybody else? I have one more. Yeah. You are supposed to tell this because you asked me question. You supposed to.
We can make some application or some MCP server over API, which can be used as a centralized application for all the domain. Like as he said, right? They can use for the testing purpose. Development team can also use. So we can make this API center as a centralized platform to expose the application to all the other teams.
I didn't hear. You guys heard it right fully. Sorry, I didn't hear it fully. So you're saying the centralized, I thought, what is a business case? That we can do, but what is the business? For what business are you doing it? Swiggy, Zomato, connectivity from office. See, we are getting starved now, right? Ideally, if you have a LLM model saying that, okay, connect to me. MCP, if Swiggy has an MCP server now, we can tell, okay, order it now itself, get me things, right? Which is matching for. So you have, see, there are a lot of possibility with this. What we need to look at, one thing we are missing out everywhere here, we are writing code and using some models, or we are doing some work and we are using some models like ChatGPT or Gemini. Anyways, I'm not marketing ChatGPT, but I'm saying we are doing the lot of things and improving our productivity, right? But what are we doing here? Improving our productivity and we are automating our work. Ultimately, what we are telling, you can replace me, right? With that automation, you are telling, you can replace me. I am 10 hours work I am doing in 1 hour now. with the help of these tools.
We have
Ultimately,
last question from him. He's waiting. Let him ask.
oh, I don't have a chocolate by the way.
Fine.
It's all right.
Yeah, fine.
I can ask the questions.
Yeah.
So I'm a developer at Wipro. So the basic problem we face, like at a day when we are coding too much, and then at the end of the day, we have to send the updates. So just now you were showing logic apps. It's similar to Power Automate.
Yeah. Same engine.
Yeah. So I have created one workflow, like I have connected my teams, and I like to plan my things day before, like I have to do. So from the planner, I have to set the data what I have to work on. And at the end of the day, if I have completed that work, I mark it as complete. And then through the integrations, like it will send the mail at the end of the day. So I want to optimize it at like more. And if I can integrate it with the VS Code, and it can automatically take up the data what I'm working upon, and it can automatically set the data for the planner. So how can I do that?
Okay, you want a solution now?
Yeah.
Okay, by the way, this whatever you asked me now, right? See, there are not only the MCP server what we create, there are a lot of MCP servers in place now. For example, I don't know, we have time, 2 minutes. For example, in our organization, if we wanted to create any app, usually UX designers will do, right? They do Zeppelin and all. So design will happen in Zeppelin. And what we have, Zeppelin and Visual Studio has an inbuilt MCP server. Okay, so any design they do like this will directly come to my Visual Studio code. I don't need to copy paste this, make a such HTML or something like this. It will automatically get connected using MCP, and it will create HTML and CSS, all this for me. After that, there is an MCP server for GitHub Copilot, not GitHub, DevOps also. Okay, so it will actually check in code, check out code, even create issues also, and DevSecOps, right? We have DevSecOps options are there. So we have sonar scan, gas scans, all the scans are there. This all will happen. There are MCP servers in place. That means you don't need to go out of your development area if you're doing it. Even development you are doing using GitHub Copilot. But along with that, this connectivity will do you the end-to-end product development management. That is where I'm coming. If end-to-end production, the development is doing by these kind of tools, one way we are saying you can replace me. We are automating everything, right? What my suggestion or my request to you all guys, don't limit your thought process only for automation for your daily day-to-day work. Think about business solutions using AI. We need to augment ourselves such a way that we have all the tools in place now. If you guys think 15 minutes, you will get hundreds of use cases which you can make really within a month. And that kind of tools are available in market. So here I came here to just familiarize you guys 2 things. One thing is there is some tool like this, it's preview mode, not for production. You can do it very quickly, any tool connection. Second thing is change your thought process, think about augmenting yourself and make money. And go to organization. You guys are awesome, actually. Very respectful, waiting for this much time after it's 2:30, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sujit.